Paradox. Alrighty. It's Friday. Oh, what's going on right there? Was doing a little gaming before the show started. Monitor was up. I need a mounting arm for the camera. I gotta contact Elgato. They make a wonderful camera mount. That's kind of modular, so I can get that done. My old camera mount's not gonna work. I see somebody subscribed while we were on intro. That was really cool. And then I see somebody already stoked and motivated for Stream Raiders. So we're going to go ahead and get a battle started with that. I want to tell you guys a big thank you. Absolutely a huge thank you to everybody that does anything that supports the Paradox Gaming Network, either directly financially, like I saw Theater Elf subscribed. That is a direct contribution. Anybody that does indirect contributions, like watches the YouTube videos and lets the ads play, no ad blockers. I do want to let you guys know I got the first piece of music back from the first composer that I contacted. It is unbelievable. If you want to get a sneak peek at the music that we're producing, you can do that on my Discord. I am doing Moose Print gonna do a sub as well. I appreciate that. I'm gonna be doing my 30-second video tomorrow for Amazon. I didn't know how to go about it. And you guys know that. If you know the story, if you've been around here, if you're an OG, if you've been around for a minute with this organization, I never did this for the money. In fact, none of the money on this show comes to me. The money on this show all goes to a corporation. The corporation then does things with the money, like forms a corporation, does some trademark work, and then pays for artists to make music. That intro music for my show is actually custom work. I didn't have to pay for that. Community member made that for me. Meant a lot to me. But I saw this Arizona Tea, 99 projects, and I said to myself, I don't want to apply for that. I don't, because I feel like I should make money, and then I should invest that money into my corporation and then do more stuff. I said, wait a minute. If I get a grant from Arizona, if I get money from Arizona, then I can pay more Fiverr artists to make artwork. I can pay more Fiverr artists to make music. And so you guys know I don't sleep. I sat there last night and I was thinking to myself, how do I do? But it's like, I want to do a steampunk Fantasia, not Fantasia. But I want to do this sort of thing where, if you guys have ever watched Fantasia, the visuals on the screen don't really correspond exactly to the music you're hearing. So yeah, I'm gonna be getting into steampunk tomorrow. I'm gonna be doing a 30-second video, and try to get Arizona to pick my project to do a steampunk Fantasia-esque exploration of music and sights and sounds and images. So I will be working on that. Let me grab these questions here. Have I seen or played Valheim at all? No, I have not. I have heard great things about it. One of the officers in the Paradox Gaming Network, his name is Frostpaw. I trust Frostpaw. Let me give a person the greatest compliment I could give them. If Frostpaw showed up at my house, if he came in from where he lives, and he stopped by the house and I didn't have any, refreshments to offer, I would trust Frost enough to babysit my kids while I ran to the store. So that's like the greatest compliment I can give somebody, because you guys know I'm like ultra protective father. So yeah, I would trust Frostpaw. So if I trust him enough to watch my kids, then I definitely trust his choice in video games. And he recommends Valheim. I might check it out. I watched BCG. BCG is just getting the dog shit kicked out of him on Reddit lately. So unfair. But yeah, I've seen some people play it. It looks like a really good game. It looks like a really, really good game. EGS Alex, you wouldn't happen to be Epic Game Store Alex here to give me a bunch of money, are you? That'd be kind of cool. That'd be an interesting start to my day. Let's see. So no, I have not played Valheim. I may get into it. I may get into it. So should do a Paradox server. Maybe. I'd have to play it. I'd have to like it. When am I going to be playing AOC? Next month. You won't see me playing Ashes of Creation until next month. Unfortunately, today's testing, if today's testing happens, this weekend's testing, if this weekend's testing happens, is under NDA. So, yeah, you won't see me playing any Ashes until next month, which is good. Now, I do want to grab, I saw somebody ask a question. I'm really excited for the Bard and the Bard combo classes. When are we going to get more class content? For your specific question, if you go to the link tree and you check out my interview from October with Steven, you will see that he talks about Summoner. Summoner and Bard is going to be last. And let me tell you, you want Summoner and Bard to be last. Square Enix is the company behind what I call the greatest Bard and Summoner ever. The greatest Bard and Summoner ever was in Final Fantasy XI. Both of them. Final Fantasy XI, they nailed Bard and Summoner. And then Summoner and Bard got trashed in Final Fantasy XIV due to having to get a product out to market. If you rush through character development, then a class like Summoner is going to suffer more than other classes. Because Bard is going to suffer more than other classes because Bard has to be good. But to be good, there has to be a place in time for the Bard. If the rest of the combat is trash, then you get either a Final Fantasy XIV Bard that really doesn't do much, or you end up with like an Archage Bard which completely breaks everything. You also don't want the Bard to be wedged in there in order to bridge the gap between where you are and where you need to be as far as damage. Because then that means, you guys know that I talk about the disproportionate weighting of a particular class. If you make Bard have a flat damage increase, and you don't get the numbers right, then you're disproportionate. I'll tell you right now. Let's just Bob Ross it up early on in the show. I will tell you right away. What is going on with my Stream Deck today? Okay. If you take a normal party, and I know that this is my opinion, but I'm gonna say you have tank and you have healer, and this is the static part of your hold on, this is gonna drive. My Stream Deck is being ridiculous. Okay. We'll just load you and put you over there. So you then have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 party members, right? You got to have a tank and a healer, and then you've got 6 party members. And what you're really going to base the decision of having a bard on is you're going to base the decision to have a bard. They've been trying to reach me concerning my car's extended warranty. So you need to know the DPS of these 5 classes. And the reason why you need to know the DPS, and this is going to make Ashes of Creation is going to be a little bit, Ashes of Creation is going to be a little bit more difficult to figure out the validity and the value of a bard because no DPS meters. So I'm going to say we're just gonna pull some bullshit numbers out of our ass here, and we're gonna say 5,000, 4,000, 3,000 for these guys, right? Now I know what some people are gonna say. I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say, if I have a class that can do 5,000 DPS, why would I not just take that class? Why would I not just take all 5 of that class? Why would I ever have ranges of DPS? Well, remember, ranges of DPS is going to be valued on what else the class brings. Obviously, there are some people that they don't believe in mechanics. They think mechanics are for cars, and they're just going to they're just going to say, use the Force. I'll be Luke Skywalker. Bring 5 people doing 5,000 DPS. But let's add this up here because we're just using some bullshit numbers. So that's 3, 6, 9, 10, 13, 18,000 DPS, right? So these guys combined do 18,000 DPS. Now, the trick here is you have to figure out, where does the bard get value? And so for the bard to have value, he has to add more than 3,000 DPS to the party. Because if the bard doesn't add more than 3,000 DPS to the party, then there's no reason to put a bard in here. You would just simply put another 3,000 DPS into the party. Or you'd have the opportunity to have a 4,000 or 5,000 DPS. Now, there's a couple of ways that a bard can directly add damage to a party. Oh, you got me. My foot was on the floor. You can have attack speed, right? Attack speed speeds up how you do your DPS, which increases your DPS. And you can also speed up attack damage. And this is going to be sometimes as little as 10%, sometimes as high as 30%. Now, obviously, if the bard can add 10%, he's going to add 1,800 DPS, which isn't going to be enough to justify his existence in the party. If he can add 30%, that would be 5,400, and that would definitely make the bard. If the bard's attack buffs allow him to effectively add, because remember, a lot of people don't like this. A lot of damage dealers don't like to hear this. But if the bard's songs are increasing your damage output, the bard gets credit for that damage output. So if your damage output went up to 5,500 due to the bard's song, your DPS is still, you're going to get 5,500 if there's a meter, which there won't be. But the bard actually gets in his column of value to say that 500 from my 10% buff, that belongs to me, because without me, you don't get that buff. So now you can see, just throwing some bullshit numbers out here, 30% is too high. We have to start walking that backwards, because the bard, if the bard is just a song bot, which they don't want the bard to be a song bot, but we're basing it on the bard is simply going to play an attack speed song and a damage song. If at 30% he's applying 5,400, that's more than your top damage dealer, so he has to start getting scaled down. So why is all that important? It's because I understand, as a bard player, as a summoner player, I want to see those classes, but I don't want to see them make those classes now when they don't have anything else balanced. Now, will you actually hear music with the bard, and if so, can he play at will or only spells? Everybody is going to be able to play music at will. Everybody is going to be able to play music at will. So that will come in time. I would like to make sure Intrepid has, I would like to see Intrepid dedicate like $50,000, $100,000, however little amount of money it would take. If you're going to have a bard class, please, for the love of God, have more than one song for each spell. Because if I have to hear the same fucking song like 900 times an hour again, I will probably gouge my eyeballs out and shove them in my ears. I remember that from Final Fantasy. I remember that from ArcAge. Hey, I'm going to give all the ArcAge players some PTSD flashbacks. Oh my God. It's like I'm already envisioning I'm on my donkey and it's horrible. They only had 5 songs that played music, and they didn't have any variation to them. So it was rough. It was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. Bards could also add debuffs to the enemies, thus assisting the healer's tank. That adds value. You just want to turn your spell songs off at that point. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, like we were saying about the bards, we only touched on one part of the bard, and you are absolutely right. Bards could add debuffs to the enemies. They could add other buffs to the tank, to the healer. They could have a mana regen song. They could have a smaller hit point regen song. They could have sleeps, slows, debuffs. You could have a ground reticle where it slows the enemy when they walk into it. Like Chromie in Heroes of the Storm. Chromie can place a sandstorm. It means everybody that runs through it slows down. Tyrael in Heroes of the Storm places his smite, and your allies that run through that increase their attacks or their movement speed. So there's a lot of things that the bard can do. Upload your own MP3 files for your spell music. That would actually be kind of cool. That would absolutely be kind of cool. It would have to be for your spell music, though. You wouldn't be able to do that for anybody else's. Nobody else can hear your MP3s. Let's see. So you need the rest. So ultimately, you need to develop 6 classes. And once you develop Fighter, Tank, Rogue, Ranger, Mage, and Cleric, then you can develop Summoner and Bard. And now people say, well, why does the Summoner have to wait so long to be developed? Well, if the Summoner is designed to take the place of any role, you have to have all the roles flushed out before you can develop the replacement. You can't replace something that you don't know what it is. Some people say, well, you can make replacements ahead of time. No, you really can't. That's an alternative, but it's not a replacement. So remember, the summoner is designed. The summoners are designed to take the place of a missing person. A subclass, a sub-archetype, which is your class, is designed to fill that role momentarily. People keep getting mad. They keep getting confused. A sub-tank is not a tank. A sub-tank will be able to tank for a moment. What do you think could be the most problematic class to be designed? Summoner and Bard, obviously. Because there's nothing over... If you take Summoner and Bard out of the equation, okay? If you take Summoner and Bard out of the equation and you just have a 6-class system, that's really easy to balance. You have one tank, you have one tank, you have one healer, you have 4 damage dealers. That shit's easy. Comparatively, that's easy because then Fighter and Rogue kind of get balanced on either side of the seesaw, and range and mage get kind of balanced on the other side of the seesaw. But when you start adding in a jack of all trades class, and then you start splitting support. See, they say they're, and I have to challenge Intrepid when they say they're running a traditional Trinity. I have to challenge them on that, because I don't think they're running a traditional Trinity. I think they're running a little bit different than a traditional Trinity, because they have the Bard class isn't a main healer. See, Final Fantasy 14 is a traditional Trinity. You have tanks, you have healers, and then you have damage dealers. Now you have physical damage dealers, range damage dealers, and magic damage dealers, but they're still damage dealers. And then you have tanks, and they have 4 tanks, and how they tank is mostly the same, with a little bit of flavor variance. Obviously, Dark Knight players in Final Fantasy 11, they complain because they kind of have gotten the shaft for the last couple of balancings. There's still some contention between warriors and gunbreakers, and warriors are sad now because even after tuning the gunbreaker, it's still overtuned. But then you get healers in Final Fantasy 14, and there is no comparison. There is absolutely no comparison. The Astrologians have the same healing effectiveness, not heal output, but healing effectiveness as the White Mage and the Scholar. But an Astrologian brings the card deck into the equation, and they are responsible for a huge damage buff. So it unfairly weights. It unfairly weights the healer classes. I would rather have, if I have to have 2 healers, I'd rather have a White Mage and an Astrologian rather than 2 White Mages, rather than 2 Scholars, rather than a White Mage and a Scholar. I always want Astrologian because an Astrologian can make the damage output go way through the roof. Yeah, the problem is that now you don't have a Trinity, you have a quad set, but now you start to have an issue with the Bards. And like I just said, if the Bard isn't balanced right, if Bard doesn't end up being balanced properly, right, then what's going to happen is instead of your standard makeup of a class, and I already say this, I already say this because I have to believe that they're going to overtune rather than undertune. That you're going to have a tank and you're going to have a cleric, because you need those 2 archetypes, because tanks are the only ones who can main tank, clerics are the only ones who can main heal. And then originally we said you were going to have positions 1 through 6 down here, right? And this would be the one if you decide whether or not you're going to have a Bard. However, I have a feeling what's going to happen is you're going to have your tank, cleric, and Bard as the 3 classes you have to have in the party. And then you're going to be able to pick and choose the other 5. And then this is going to unfairly weight Bard And then if Summoner isn't accurately tuned, it would be very easy to see it would be very easy to see it become this. Tank, Cleric, Bard, Summoner is the foundation of every static. And then the DPS will just give me 4 DPS. Just give me, I don't give a shit. Give me, because I have 50% of the party is made up, and then you're going to run into problems. And I think they have to be very, 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 very deliberate and very, 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 very careful with how Bard and Summoner get balanced. Otherwise, you'll have every static on the server will be basically the 4 key players. And then what you have is you have second-class citizens. You have second-class players. If I have a tank, a cleric, a bard, and a summoner, and I can clear the content with any 4 DPS classes, then it doesn't matter what 4 DPS classes I have. And then you start to run into a shifting of the wheel where everybody runs a tank, a cleric, a bard, or a summoner so that they get into content, and then you don't have enough DPS classes. This is why class design is so important. That's why I tell people, slow down with the, well, I want to see Bard. I want to see. Let them get the foundational stuff good. Because if they don't get the foundational stuff good, it's all going to be fucked up in the end, and you're going to have a bad game. Tank, cleric, bard, summoner, mage. Yeah, but here's the problem. And I'll go with that. What if mage is the highest AoE damage, but it's the lowest sustained damage? What if I actually create a scenario where ranger has enough AoE to clear the trash, but ranger single target is better sustained DPS single target? And so now I have a situation where everybody runs tank, cleric, bard, summoner, 1 mage, 3 rangers. Then you're going to be like, okay, well, now you can't get any of the extra loot in the dungeon. Well, what if the extra loot in the dungeon isn't worthwhile? There may also the loot factor. A mage may not want to go into the dungeons or raid with other mages because then they have more loot competition. They may be more willing to do contents with fighters, rogues, or rangers. Yes, exactly. Then we start. Then you start running into this isn't a theme park. Nothing you do exists in a vacuum. If you guys know, if you haven't seen my other channel, I run another YouTube channel. It's down below. It's called Jahlon On. It's just me talking about stuff in case I was on a run last summer. I was having some chest pain. I was still pretty fucking heavy last summer. I was probably a little bit too heavy to be running, but I was running, and I stopped on a pole. I was leaning on a pole, and I said, "Man, I'm having some chest pains. I'm 40 years old. Maybe I shouldn't be running so hard. Maybe I should take this a little bit easy." And I thought to myself, "What's gonna happen if I die? What's gonna happen if I die at 40 years old? My kids won't have access to all this knowledge in my head." Now, my now 8-year-old, would have the advantage. Mom 2. We call my teenager Mom 2. My 8-year-old would have the advantage of Mom 2, and then the girls have their older sisters and their aunts and all of my collection of take-ins. My kids would not struggle to have people to take care of them. But what my kids would struggle with is they wouldn't have me to ask questions to. You know what I'm saying? My kids wouldn't have me to be able to ask questions to, and I want my kids to be able to ask questions to me. Well, the next best thing is create my Jahlon On channel so that 5 years from now, if I'm gone, my kids can go to my other YouTube channel and say, "What would Dad have said about this?" It's the same thing as if you leave like VHS recordings for your kids. But then I thought, hey, I'll do this stuff for everybody, because there's a lot of people who've told me after shows, they've said, hey man, I didn't have a dad in my life. I didn't have a father figure. I didn't have an older brother figure. The stuff you talked about today on management or leadership or any one of them books back there, they said that meant a lot to me. I said, okay, well, here's a channel. Well, one of the things I talk about is time. Time. I've done 2 videos on time now, 86,400 seconds, and Who's Got the Monkey? In WoW, and WoW is the elephant in the room, right? WoW is the elephant in the room. We pat it, we feed it some peanuts, and we kick it in the ass, and we say, get out of the room now. You got to talk about WoW, because it is the granddaddy of them all. It's the big kahuna, man. It's disingenuous to have a conversation about MMORPGs and not talk about WoW. There ain't a lot to do in WoW other than level, dungeon grind, content grind, get to best in slot, wait for the expansion, do the main storyline, see the main storyline, level, gear grind. There's not a lot there. I hate WoW, garbage game since the beginning. Okay, wrong channel to be in if you're going to be that full of hate. You can hate WoW all you want. You can hate WoW all you want. WoW revolutionized the MMORPG industry. Revolutionized it. WoW is responsible for the state of the MMORPG genre as it is today. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like WoW. But having that much hatred about that much hatred about a video game, man, it's just not healthy for you. Plus the fact that if you have that much hatred, you obviously aren't going to be interested in discussing any of the good things about WoW. You know. So, but WoW, yeah, BlizzCon is today. What did WoW that was not done before? What did WoW do that was not done before? WoW made MMORPG gaming mainstream and cool. They made it mainstream. They made it cool. They launched an aggressive advertising campaign. They made it casual. Because let's be honest, EverQuest, Lineage 2, Final Fantasy 11, EverQuest and Ultima Online are the main drivers of MMORPGs, not WoW. Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. This is your second warning. You have no idea what you're talking about, and I'm really not in the mood to deal with people that hate. See, you hate WoW so much. You hate WoW so much that you're going to disregard, yeah, the commercialization. EverQuest and Ultima Online are not the main drivers of MMORPGs. They're the foundation of MMORPGs. EverQuest and Ultima Online did not make MMORPG playing mainstream. They absolutely did not. Also, they didn't break any barriers to a point that made every game studio think that they need an MMORPG. WoW has brought in billions of dollars. The last actual tangible number I saw was WoW has brought in north of $15 billion. Wow, AOC streamer gets butthurt really easy. The fact that you're so childish that you use the word butthurt is actually comical to me. My 8-year-old says butthurt. So you are on the level of an 8-year-old. It's not about getting butthurt. It's about letting you know the first time you said you have an emotional attachment. I don't know how WoW hurt you. If you'd like, I will grab the doll and you can show me on the doll. Tuck in your pants. You can show me on the doll where WoW hurt you. But the problem is, if you're that full of hatred about WoW, then you're just ignorant about what WoW did for the industry. WoW showed all the game developers out there, we can make billions. Okay, Final Fantasy 11, I was playing Final Fantasy 11 when WoW came out. WoW was a completely different experience in comparison. Graphic user interface for my abilities, not having to have all my macros bound to Alt F1 through 10, Control F1 through 10, not having to write macros, having a push button for my ability. These were actually cool things. EverQuest 2 had the same thing, but EverQuest 2 has never been on the level of WoW. Not population-wise, not income-wise, not development-wise. It's just you can't disregard what WoW did. Let's see if we can get a quick number. I want to just see if I can get an updated number. The last time I saw the number, first quarter 2020 reports. No, that's not what I want. I want this one. Oh, wait, no, I want that one. Yeah, it's as of 2013, they were in the 6 to 9 billion range. And that doesn't have anything to do with improvement. Let's just measure everything by money. Yes, you have to measure see, we had this discussion on this show. A while ago. Profitability is the ultimate measure of quality. Because which players are going to pay for something that's not quality? So some people say this, right? They say money does not equal good. And that's fine. Money does not equal good. I'll look at your argument objectively. But if you have a person and in their hot little hand, they have money. And if they give the company money, they think the game is good. They think the game is good enough to give you my money. There is no argument that you can make. There is no argument that you can make where you say a financially successful company isn't making a good product. Because then you are saying your opinion of the quality of the game supersedes and overwrites all of the customers. I don't own the current WoW expansion pack. I don't think I do. Did my wife make me buy it? No, I didn't buy the new WoW expansion pack. Not because I don't think WoW is good. My wife wanted to play WoW. We wanted to go back to it. I wanted to see the new player acquisition funnel, the new player acquisition experience. I think WoW did an amazing job on the new player acquisition experience up to a certain point, and then it's like everything else Blizzard does. They just kind of fucked off and forgot to bridge the gaps. Now, I hate when people don't want to listen to reason and discourse and go personal. Been dealing with it all day. Someone says something incorrect. I show them the facts of what they're wrong about. They make a personal tag. So tired, the info is not about you. So why are you making a personal? Yeah, exactly. It's basically it's comical when people have to resort to name calling before they actually have anything to base that on. I do not like and cannot stand WoW. Very boring and repetitive from the beginning, but AOC looks so good it seems it'll never become static. Yeah, that's the thing, because WoW Ashes of Creation is not designed to be a theme park. You guys know, and we talk about this, and unfortunately a lot of the topics on the show, they come around a lot because that's just how it is. Excuse me. I'm looking for. You would think a guy that goes to Disney as often as I do, I would have these things. I would have like maps of Disney and stuff at like the ready, but I don't. And that's not good. That's not quality enough for you guys. Let me see if I can get a better one, because I want to use Disney while we talk about the idea of a theme park. I don't want somebody else's map. Don't mark on the map. Just give me the damn map. Oh, you know what? I can probably get it from them direct. Because MMO players get old. We tend to forget. Yeah, we do. Yeah, unfortunately, Tamir upgraded me. Recently to the app, so I don't have the oh, I know why I got it. So I have the app now. It's great. It's amazing. You can order all your food. You see everything. Although it's kind of funny because I feel like I spend more time on the app than I do on anything else. Making sure my kids are having a good time. Yeah, that'll do. So what I mean about a theme park, right? Here's what I mean about the importance of understanding WoW as a theme park. There's very few. There's actually very few decisions in WoW, right? There's not a lot of decisions in WoW. You come in, you get to the new expansion pack, right? And you get to the new expansion pack, you do some leveling, and you have some minor decisions. Do I go this way? Do I go this way? But at the end of the day, you can't kind of go off the rails. You'll see that there's paths around. You kind of have to stick to the path. You can't go off into the wilderness. Ashes of Creation, if you decide that you don't like that node over there, your content for the next several days, weeks, months, your goal can be the destruction of my node by the sea. You don't like the fact that we have a node developed on the ocean. You don't like the fact that we're making a bunch of money. We're living our best life. We have an established auction house. We have an established market. We have a harbor. We're making a lot of money. Well, because we're making a lot of money there, you may decide that down the Orange Brick Road, you would like the inland town the inland town to go up to a city. Or you may decide that you're in the village at the end of the road and you want the town to go to a city so that you can move up. Or you can join another node. Yeah, exactly. You can do those things. But remember, the node on the coast is economic, and the node on the middle is military, and your village is scientific. And you need your node to develop because you need your unique building to level up because there's things you want to access. And it's always funny. People spend a lot of time. I watch the discussions on the Discord, and people get into the singletons. They get into the singletons about this versus this or this versus this. And I say, you guys are looking at things in a vacuum. Nothing in Ashes of Creation exists in a vacuum. You say, or you could join another node, except you already have you have an investment in your node. You've built a freehold there. You have helped build the temple there. That node you live in has the right religion for your preferences. Remember, 7 religions, 7 religious shops, 7 religious sets of augments, recipes. You might not want to just leave because you may say, well, there's nobody else has built a temple to my religion. It's the most free-flowing sandbox MMO in development. Do I want to agree with that statement? Let me think. I would say it ties for the most free-flowing sandbox. I would say it ties EVE Online. I would not say Ashes of Creation surpasses EVE Online in sand. Also, keep in mind that Steven doesn't call Ashes of Creation a sandbox. Ashes of Creation is a sand park, or it is a theme box. I like theme box because theme box is like the nesting dolls. And I've been looking for a prop for this because a lot of people still don't get it. If I open up the PvE theme, right? Inside of the PvE theme is what sort of stuff is in the PvE theme? What do I have over here on the website? Quests, tasks, events, dungeons, raids, bosses. So there's a lot of stuff in that PvE theme. Of course, the artisan system. Some people have seen the way I line out Ashes 101 and they say, well, you didn't put the artisan system in the PvE theme. And I said, you're right, I didn't. Because The artisan system isn't PvE, and the artisan system isn't PvP. The artisan system is its own thing. Just like I don't have transportation in PvE or PvP. Caravans, mounts, and ships I have as their own heading. And these headings at Ashes 101 aren't these headings aren't casual. They're not, not thought out. It's simply because I don't want people to think that being a crafter is solely a PvE activity. It's not. You go out into the world, you can be attacked. I don't want people to think that crafting doesn't directly touch PvP, because the best armor, the best weapons comes from crafting. The gear accounts for 50% of your PvP effectiveness, so therefore, you don't necessarily have to be the crafter, but you have to have access to a crafter who is willing to do some work for you. Otherwise, and I'll give you an example about how quickly reputation can ruin you. What if your reputation is that you're a douche canoe and nobody wants to do business with you? If your reputation is that you're a douche canoe, nobody wants to do business with you, it doesn't matter that you've gotten a hold of a dragon eye and you want to make a dragon eye staff. I don't think people remember the years of... Sure, I know that I'm one of 4 crafters on this server that can make that item, but you robbed my caravan, so your processing fee is going to be 50,000 gold. I'm not paying that. Okay. There are people out there that will just say, okay, well, are you going to make it for me? No. Well, you're one of 4 people on the server that I know of that can make this item. Yep. And guess what? The other 3 aren't going to make it for you either. Because in order to make the Dragon Eye Magma Staff of Smiting, you have to be a Master Crafter, a Master Carpenter. You have to be a ranking member of the Magus Guild, or the Scholars Academy. Sorry, the Scholars Academy. I'm crossing my games in development. You have to be a ranking member of the Scholars Academy. And you have to be a member of a certain religion, because in order to get all of the pieces, all of the recipes, it's been an adventure. Will we be able to see what progressions are available to us? Am I going to be able to plan my goals day one with information on what augments, skills, religion, and all that stuff has to offer? No, not Warm Cup of Joe. By the way, it's been a while since I've seen you, and I love that name. No. You will be, I would say, if I had to throw a bullshit wag out, if I just throw just a bullshit wag out, I would say 70 to 75% is what will be made available during alpha and beta. Steven has already said that they don't need to release everything during beta to know that it works. Because if they know leveling from level 1 to 2 in the religion works, and they know leveling from 2 to 3, 3 to 4 works, they don't have to have you publicly test everything. Now, I will tell you this much. There's not a lot you can do to stop people from data mining. I will remind you that data mining is against the Intrepid terms of service. Whether or not that's enforceable is a discussion for like just chatting in legal like parameters. Is data mining? Can you prohibit data mining? There's been a couple of lawsuits in the United States in the court system on it, but I don't want to go down that road today. How do you stop people from getting access to that information? You simply do not put it in the build that is available to the players until such time as the people need it. What I mean by that is, let me grab 2 things real quick. So, this is the core book, the original 20 some odd year old core book for Rifts. And this is the first source book for Rifts. This is all the stuff that should have been in the core book, but in order to make publication on time, in order to make the publication deadline, they had to, and sorry, my camera now blurs. So, in order to make the publication deadline, they had to split this. Now, what does that matter? Well, what it matters is that if I want people to only have access to this, I only push this out to their clients. I don't push the first core book. I don't push the first set of information until the world manager says, and the world manager is the system on their servers. Why do I need to push out the rank 5 religious data until any sooner than somebody hitting rank 3? Somebody hits rank 3 on a religion, and we know how long it's going to take to level from 3 to 4. So somebody hits rank, and then we know how long it's going to take from 4 to 5. So the moment somebody hits rank 3 in a religion, the world manager, and it only has to happen on one server, the world manager kicks a message over to the sustainment team and says, hey, you included this flag. Somebody has hit rank 3 in a religion. The ops team or the sustainment team sees that, goes to Jeff and say, hey, we need to cook the rank 5s of the religions into the next build. We have to include that. Now, on Tuesday or Wednesday or whenever their update day is, I don't care. I'm retired. Doesn't matter to me. Now they just include the rank 5 information for religions. They push that into the build. If you don't make it available client side, you're not gonna have people, getting information if you don't even give it to them. If they have no idea where to look for it. Now, why is that important? Because there are people who will data mine a game out to the nth degree. So much so that new items are coming, and you can even get the stats on the new items because they've put them into the build. So, would it be nice if nobody would cheat and data mine and get information? Sure, it'd be great. Are people going to do it? Yes. Are there ways that they can get around it? Yes. Let's see. How do I like the new Corgi? I do not have an issue with the Corgi because it's a cosmetic pet. It's not a battle pet. It's a cosmetic pet. So it's fine. I do take issue with a lot of bits and pieces. One of those bits and pieces is, they're still selling freehold buildings and they've never done the diligence and gone back and made things right. With that said, I understand that they've got a lot of stuff going on. I don't think it would be that long of... Okay, so it's either not that... Hold on one second. So it's either something so minor that it should be like a 4-hour project for a junior staff member, or they have no idea what buildings the skins they're selling go on. Also, they shouldn't be selling ships anymore. I'm gonna check real quick. I didn't see them list what class of ship that went on. You know what I'm saying? It just looks bad. You're selling items. But nobody knows what they go on. And yeah, freehold building cosmetic skin and naval cosmetic skin. I try to be fair. I try to stay middle of the road when it comes to, I try not to white knight stuff. I try not to be overly toxic. But I do see a problem. Margaret said the ship is a naval vessel for individual or groups. What does that mean? Because there are no individual boats. See what I'm saying? There are no one-person boats. There's 1 to 3 people boats, but we've never specifically been told that you can, so if it's an individual group, 1 to 8 people is a group, 1 to 40 people is a group, 1 to 3 people is a group. Which class of ship? Yeah. 1 to 3 would qualify, but doesn't group also qualify? And don't we also know that there are boats for 8-person parties? So there shouldn't be ambiguity when it comes to what is what. What you say about avoid data mining, is it just some ideas you had, or is it something you talked about by devs, Steven? No, it is against the terms of service to data mine. I can tell you right now, if people try to do websites where they do all the they list everything out on the website, like absolutely every item. I can imagine that you will get a cease and desist. And for those of you that don't know what a cease and desist is, a cease and desist means you're pissing somebody off, right? You are pissing somebody off to the point where they have gone to their lawyer and they've said, find out who the person is, send them a cease and desist order. Now, you can feel free to ignore a cease and desist. However, the quickest translation for what a cease and desist order is if you don't stop, I'm going to fucking shoot you. And then you don't stop, and then you get confused when they sue you. Yeah, a cease and desist is pretty much a warning saying you're going to get sued. Now, are there people out there that throw cease and desist orders out there? Sure. What do you have to do with a cease and desist order? Nothing. I would read it. And I'd make sure you're legal with what you're doing. If you're legal with what you're doing, then, and you're okay with being sued, then get ready. Also, a cease and desist, if you want to look at it in a more positive light, a cease and desist is sometimes sometimes you are wrong, right? Sometimes you are in fact wrong, and it's a company being cool about it, but they have to protect their assets, they have to protect their IP, their copyrights, their trademarks. So they send you a cease and desist. They're trying to be cool with you and let you know that what you're doing is wrong. And if you tell them to go fucking pound sand, well, then don't be surprised when you end up in court. So, how do you data mine? We're not going to go into how do you data mine. It's like this. If you know how to data mine, you know how to data mine. If you don't know how to data mine, you shouldn't be data mining. It's like going on the dark web. Everybody knows the dark web is there. Only some people know how to get there. You don't belong there. Don't go there. Let's see. This new Coca-Cola coffee is so good. That's gross. Maybe it's because I don't like Coca-Cola. I think Coca-Cola is a little too sweet. Data mining is impacting BG3's EA2, but that's a whole other event. What's going on with Baldur's Gate 3's early access? Let's see. Can I get data mining thread? Gotcha. So, yeah, the EA is ongoing. Yeah, data mining is like the perverts for Cyberpunk 2077 that only care about the sex scenes. So they've data mined out all the sex scenes so they can string them together. The fact that people were making VR, you can sleep with Keanu Reeves mods, that is over the top to me. So that was just over the top. That was craziness. Let's see. McCabe got his gift card. Good for that. I don't know what I'm gonna do for today. I'm gonna give out a couple of small ones and then maybe, I don't know. Let's see. Will AOC have add-ons and accessible APIs? No, they plan on having no APIs and no add-ons. No add-ons at all. Here's why they don't want to do any add-ons. They feel that if there is something that needs to be added to the game, they will add it to the game. They're not like, so I want to like vomit every time DPS meters come up anymore. You can't stop DPS meters. You can't stop them. Intrepid has backed off on their rhetoric like we're going to stop them because they know they can't stop them. Intrepid cannot stop DPS meters. No organization in the history of any game has ever stopped DPS meters. Can you make them a pain in the ass to build? Sure, obviously. But what are you going to do? Are you going to get yourself into a lawsuit with the Americans with Disabilities Act by disabling visual readers? If you can run a visual reader on the screen, a screen reader, then you can pull the data in an automated format. Once you pull the data into an automated format, you can put it into shit. You can build a DPS meter in Microsoft Excel. As long as the data has a timestamp on it, so you can't stop DPS meters. Can we just agree you can't stop DPS meters? The thing is that they don't have to support them. They don't have to support DPS meters. They're not going to do DPS meters. They don't want you to have that information. They don't want you to be exclusionary to people. They're not going to do API because they don't feel there's anything that a community member is going to build that they're not willing to build themselves. So if you say to them, we need X feature, they're going to decide either yes, we need X feature, or no, we don't need X feature. If you say, well, just give me the API, they're going to say no, because once we give you an API, what you do with an API is always up to the imagination. It's just like when you say, I've seen people say you shouldn't shouldn't carry a knife. And I said, why? A knife's a weapon. No, a knife is not a weapon. A knife is a tool. A knife is a tool. How you use it determines if you're using it as a tool or using it as a weapon. Because at the end of the day, if you're going to tell me that a knife is a tool, or I'm sorry, if you're going to tell me that a knife is a weapon, so's a fucking screwdriver. And I'm going to be honest, I'd rather get stabbed by a knife than get stabbed by a fucking screwdriver. All things being equal, if I'm going to get stabbed, I'd rather not get stabbed at all. Thank you. I'd rather not get stabbed at all, thank you. But if I am going to be stabbed, I'd rather get stabbed by a knife than a fucking screwdriver. Because when a screwdriver goes in, the fucking screwdriver is gonna do some fucking damage. So once you start allowing people to have API, you can't really control what they do with it. And then they become in the business of managing the API, not in the business of making a video game. So, can somebody plan their build on day one? No. The wiki will not have everything on it because not everything will be exposed to... The players will not be exposed to everything before launch. So, when did this pop in? And where did it go? Let me see this. I didn't see this one come in. It disappeared. It must have disappeared at the exact same time I was clearing that. Somebody said, when did that come about? Somebody put in redeem your topic for 10 minutes because now they are invested in the game if they put their money into it, not subscription. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that. If somebody did a redeem your topic for 10 minutes, I didn't see it come in. I don't know what happened with that, but the person says they are invested in the game if they put money into it, not subscription. So I want to be very careful, right? I want to be very careful with the word invested, right? You have an investment into a game, whether or not you put money into it. An investment doesn't have to be money. An investment can be money or time. People become invested due to their time, and it's the sunk cost fallacy. And there's people in this room that are victims of the sunk cost fallacy, where they say, I've been playing the game for 5 years. I'm not going to give up on the game now. Hopefully the game is going to become good. If you've been playing the game for 5 years and the game isn't good yet, and you're playing the game under the idea that the game is eventually going to become good, then you're a victim of the sunk cost fallacy. I'd like to be able to invest money into the game, but they don't want to have a pay to win system. So they're not going to allow people to invest money into the game. You pay your monthly sub, you buy the optional cosmetics, and that's it. Everybody's on the same page. Content creators are invested in the game by making content and using their time and energy on it. Content creators are invested in the game for a whole different reason, and I'll tell you what that is. That is because I have a referral code. Everybody has a referral code, but I have a referral code, and when you sign up using my referral code, I make money. I make money on your purchases for the rest of the time. It costs you nothing, but it supports the things like getting all that music made, getting the new stream overlay made. You want to invest money in their company? Yeah, but here's the thing. Why would they want your money? They don't want your money because they don't need your money. They don't need your money. And they have no intention. They have no intention of bringing on investors. Investors are like the worst thing ever. You want to start your company with your money. And then if you can't start your company with your money, you want to get rid of your investors as quickly as you can. Having a bunch of investors in your company simply means that you're gonna have a bunch of people getting the fuck in your way. Is really what it boils down to. If it's a public company, private companies also allow investors. This isn't considered buying stock, except in their case. I mean, I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole because 99% of this discussion is going to go over people's heads. Although Intrepid is a private company, they are a C corporation. They have issued shares of stock. So if you're investing in their company, you're either giving them a loan with specific terms, and that's not really investing either. Offering a company a loan with an interest on it, that's not investing in the company. That's simply offering them a loan, because you're gonna get X plus percentage back. Private companies also allow investors. This isn't considered buying stock. That is true. However, it's also not true, and I don't want to have an economics lesson right now. Investing means you're taking part of that company as well. Yes, it does, because say somebody came along and gave me $100 million to make an MMORPG with. They said, hey, we've heard you speak. We think you'd be a great project manager for an MMORPG. You talked about an MMORPG. We've gotten you the rights to the tabletop game. You want to make the game, and here's $100 million. Go make it. I can guarantee you nobody's going to give me $100 million and secure the rights to that tabletop game for me and then not call me every 2 weeks to find out what's going on with their $100 million. Now, maybe one of these multi-billionaires should call me up, and maybe every multi-billionaire should kick me $100 million. They won't miss it, and I can make a really good MMO for like $500 million. But yeah, when you're investing in a company, you're involved in its care and feeding, because if you own a percentage of a company, you want your investment to grow. If I own 25% of your company and your company is worth $10,000 today, I own $2,500 worth of value. If I get your company to go up to 100,000, now I have $25,000 worth of value. And of course, I would want your company to get up to like 10 million, because then I have $2.5 million worth of value. That's why people don't want to take on investors. Because until I get rid of you, you constantly have a percentage of my value. And yeah, they're not going to take on investors, period. I mean, they're not going to take on investors. Also, just so you know, it really wouldn't return the profits that you're thinking, because they're not doing a box price. I've done the math on this show many, many, many times. It's going to take Intrepid years to become what is known economically viable or economically successful. Given how, like, they would have to have a player base right off the bat in like the 5 million range. They would have to have a player base like in the paying player base. Keep in mind, paying player base in like the 5 million range for them to be able to clear all of their debt in a relatively short period of time. Because remember, and I say this all the time, and people got to keep this in mind, you got to take 30% right off. And I know, just so we're clear, guys, this is the 50,000 foot view. This isn't the IRS 1120 tax form view. If you're, say you have 5 million people and you're charging $15 a month, you're making 75 million, and you say, oh my God, that's so much money. But by the time I knock off all of the stuff that you have to pay, you go from 75 million to 48 million, like that. Taxes and the cut to Epic. So when people start saying, oh, well, all they need is, well, that's not all they need. You know, that's not all they need. Structured debt is not an investment. Exactly. Investment means you own a right to future profits, which they have no reason to offer. Exactly. Exactly. And then it was like the people that got mad that Intrepid took a triple P loan from the government. Why would you not take a triple P loan if a triple P loan is available to you? If you were going to have to do funding, because I don't think a lot of people don't know. I know a lot of people don't know how corporations work. Isn't that loan like free money? It's yes and no, like free money. Because this is the U.S. government, baby. There is nothing ever for free. But what it does is it means Steven didn't need to kick that money into the company through a structured loan. It means that group of money went into the company from the government. So that is a much neater and cleaner way. Because remember, when Steven says he's funding the game's development, he's saying that simply. When Steven says I'm funding the development, Steven is actually loaning the entity, the taxable entity that is Intrepid Studios, the money. Because he can't just give. The IRS starts to get really, 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 really pissy when you start playing loose and fast with your money, their money, my money. Nothing will trigger off an investigation faster than you not having different hats and different documentation. When I started Paradox, the corporation, I had to loan myself. I had to do 3 structured debts to my own corporation. And then when I got that money back, I had to pay myself back. I had to put a hat on. I had to issue a memo. I had to issue a check. Then I had to go to the bank. And because it's a me, them, me situation, the bank was willing to act as a third party and document why we were doing it this way. The IRS doesn't like IRS doesn't like when you start playing loose and fast. It's like people getting mad at sports stadiums taking government funds to build the stadiums for privately owned teams. It's not a great deal for the city, but you can't blame sports teams for doing it. Don't hate the player, hate the game. You know, here's what people don't understand. If you don't give the sports teams money to build their stadiums in your city, all of the sports stadiums would be in Cali, Dallas, Florida. Every team would be located in Cali, Dallas, and Florida. Chicago Bears, they would not be in Chicago anymore if they didn't get deals and incentives to stay there. They would move somewhere the fuck warmer. Detroit Lions, you know, they ain't staying in Detroit. Green Bay Packers, they ain't staying there. They're going to move the owner of the team is going to move their team somewhere nicer, just like the plot line of Major League. The owner of the Cleveland Indians died. His wife inherited the team. She wanted to move the hell out of Cleveland. These sports teams wouldn't stay in these shitty towns, in these, you know, horrible environments, if they didn't get an incentive to do so. Now, do I think that the government should give sports stadiums money? Yes. Think about how many jobs that generates. Think about how many local jobs. I mean, I don't think people always think this through. Think about how many people work at the stadium. Think about how many people work at the stadium during a sporting event. Hundreds, thousands. For everybody from the parking attendant to the security guard to the vendors to the janitors, and jobs equal tax dollars. Absolutely. Jobs. And when I say jobs equal tax dollars, that's the political scientist in me talking. You know what jobs equals? Jobs equals employed people. So when people got mad that Intrepid took a triple P loan, they were like, well, there was some fucking people out there. There's some conspiracy nuts. There's one really big conspiracy nut. But they're like, oh, Intrepid must be broke because they took a triple P loan. I'll tell you right now, if my corporation had any employees, I would have applied for a triple P loan. You mean I can defer paying the payroll and defer paying taxes and actually get my tax money to go to the benefit of my company? How do they even know? Because there are some people that are so psychotic. One person in particular, they literally spend all of their free time searching anything to do with Intrepid Studios or Ashes of Creation. To quote Brad Pitt from Seven, this guy is so nuts. He's probably running around in his grandma's panties, covered in peanut butter, typing Intrepid Studios into a peanut butter crusted keyboard 18 times a day. I mean, come on, man. Businesses are going to have lawsuits. Businesses are going to they're going to take loans. Businesses are going to have, issues. And then let it go. The government published who took out triple P loan money. They have to. Who would spend all their free time studying Ashes of Creation? Total nutcase. Studying the game? That's fine. Having a hard-on towards the owner of the company to the fact that you're a stalker, that's some problems. Do you think if Alpha 1 sales open again, the people with some kind of package can upgrade it? Or will they have to buy a completely separate thing? They'll be able to upgrade it. The upgrade system exists inside of the store. So yeah, count on it being about $500. Count on it being about $500. So now back to people being invested in the game. I don't think there's more of an investment into the game because you put money into it. I was pretty invested in Arc Age. With time. I used to buy a lot of shit from the cash shop, but just because I like to give shit away in game. I I will say, I had all the mats to buy the car, and then I found out that the car we could make was, we couldn't make the black one. So I bought the car, but I thought that was okay because I had the materials to do it. So, uh-oh. I done fucked up. So, oh, wrong one. Creator dashboard. I need to be on the creator dashboard. Yeah, it was funny. I just got an unban request. Somebody made a derogatory joke about me, which is fine. Make whatever derogatory jokes you want about me. Then they asked to get unbanned. Why would I ever do that? Why would I ever unban somebody that made a derogatory joke? Because all that is setting me up to get another joke made. And it's like I tell people. It's like I said the day that, what was it, Monday, that we were on like rapid fire banning people. You will never beat a streamer who's actually engaging with their audience. You will never, ever, ever beat a streamer if they actively engage with their audience. The reason why you will never beat a streamer who actively engages with their audience is because they have the mic and they have the camera and they have the ban button. And I'm not a streamer, so I don't know, but isn't perma-banning on a first offense kind of harsh? No, shooting them in the head on a first offense would be kind of harsh. Here, I'll give you an example. Every single year that I taught, and I taught grade school and I taught high school, very first thing I said to every single class, walk in, and I say, look, I'm Mr. J. I have a very, 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 very low tolerance for shenanigans. So I'm going to tell you right now, if you come in here with shenanigans, I'm sending you right to the principal's office. And inevitably, every year, and I would always talk to the principal about this because it was a way that you maintain control. And let's be honest, male elementary and middle school teachers aren't that common. So what happens is you get the new teacher syndrome. The kids, they all want to think. Yeah, somebody said shenanigans. So some new kid, the class clown usually is more than willing to be the example. One of them starts something and then right off the bat, go to principal's office, get out. But get out. Right there. You chop off one head off the snake, and all the other snakes drop their heads into the basket. But it's all prearranged. It's all pre-known. So then the kid gets down to the principal's office. The principal knows which class the kid came from. Oh, so you decided to test Mr. J right off the bat, didn't you? Oh, I didn't even do anything. He must have done something. He sent you down here. So, kid gets corrected. Kid has to come back to the class, and the deal is the kid has to arrive at the door, has to apologize from the door frame. So, kid comes back. I'm sorry, Mr. J. Take your seat. But the trick to that is, you take care of the problem. You take care of the problem right away, and then you just kicked a kid out of class. Right away. Right away. You think any other kids are going to push your buttons for the first couple of weeks? I just skip going back at that point if I had to apologize. Yeah, but then... And then what? And then what? Get kicked out of school? Just not go back? Because the problem is that if it's the teacher's classroom, either the teacher's in charge or the teacher's not in charge. It's a black and white scenario. Nah, that don't really happen, to be honest. Yes, it does. That's exactly. You still got to take the class. And when there's only school systems budge too easy, No, they don't. No, they don't. Unless you've been a teacher, because I told the principal, this is how I do things. The principal and I had a very good conversation. If the principal hadn't had my back, I would have left. I would have packed that shit up. I made more money. I made more money being a store manager at the mall than I did being a first-year teacher. So, was teaching before my Army. I am not fucking Army. I am not. Uncle Sam ain't released me yet. I'm Air Force. I scored a 97 on the ASVAB. I was a PowerPoint Ranger. Mighty, mighty Chair Force. I spent Thursdays on the golf course, and I had every Friday off. There's a reason why you go to the Air Force. And then Navy. Except, Navy's not exactly as cool because when they decide to get pissy with you, they put you on a boat. Uncle Sam ain't released me yet. Yeah, exactly. Isn't it all Army? No. Army. Okay, do I have the picture on my desktop? Because if I have the picture on my desktop, it makes all the difference in the world. Do I have it? I don't. What have I done? Let me see if I can grab it real quick. Because there is a reason why we have branches of service in the U.S. Where is it? Oh my lord, where is it? We've had a lot of humor on the Discord lately. Oh my lord. Oh, I lost it. Oh yeah, it's gone. Oh no, there it is. There it is. See, this is why I went Air Force. Because there was no question in my mind. The recruiter had to barely talk to me. You know. Here's your sleeping arrangements for the branches of service. Marines, Army, Navy, Air Force. Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. Let's see. Let's see. Flight deck picnics, yeah. Does someone know when a more open test will be held? There's so many dates on the wiki. I don't know when I'll be able to play. Okay, it's real easy. What pack do you own? Because the only thing getting close to testing is Alpha 1. If you don't have Alpha 1, you're not testing anytime soon. That's right. Thank you for coming to produce the show. So, a lot of people keep asking about the open beta. There is no open beta. I don't know where the open beta rumor came from. Basically, what's going to happen is they are going to give content creators beta keys. So, my guess on an Alpha 2 date, guess is next year. I don't think they are going to be close enough. I don't think that they are anywhere near close enough to do Alpha 2 this year. They are going to have to, that's going to be after the first of the year. Ow. McCabe, the thing is that Army and military don't mean the same thing. Germany has an Air Force. Germany has a Navy. Germany has an Army. Collectively, Army, Navy, ground pounders, airplane people, boat people, collectively they're military. They're collectively not the Army. Armed forces, but Army is a specific branch of even the German military. Stop. Get off the table. Let's see. But yeah, I do not see Alpha 2 coming anytime before next year. Because here's why. It's now February. And they want, and I gotta be careful here. I gotta be careful here because I have seen some NDA material and I need to make sure that I don't blur the lines. But yes, there will be another session April 6th to May. So April 6th to May is all Alpha 1. They have to design a lot of stuff yet. A lot of stuff. I don't believe they're going to move. I don't believe that they're going to move into Alpha 2 until they have all 8 archetypes done. Some people have said 5. There's a lot of people that quote out of context. I don't know why people quote out of context. They'll take something. They'll take something and they'll say, well, Steven said, and then when you go and look up what Steven said and you look at the context above and below, that's not what he said. Okay? So people like to pluck stuff out of context and run with it, and I'm like, that's being disingenuous. And for the April to May test session, you just need to buy the Alpha Pack, and it's a confirmed key, right? No, you can't buy Alpha 1 right now. Alpha 1 sales are closed, and it's not a key. It is not a key. It is access. It is access to the game. It is not a key. Some people were wondering where their key was, and I said, well, there is no key. They're like, well, I want to give the key away. They said, I want to give the key away. I was like, well, you can't give the key away. The key isn't a key. The key is attached to your account. Where's my, there we go. I said, the key is attached to your account. So, all right, guys, I'm going to walk away real quick. I want to, it's afternoon. I want to get some sugar. My blood sugar is low. And then I will grab Mendo's question. I just had another one of those weird science. We forgot to connect the doll moments. This whole show, something has been bothering me because it's like, what's missing? What's missing? We forgot to start the chili this morning. So let me send a message to Tamir. We forgot to start the chili. We forgot to start the damn chili. So I need to find out. Let me also send a message. Let me find out what's going on. I'm gonna have to take a quick break. I'm pretty sure Tamir will either handle the chili on her own, or Tamir will say, "Get down here and do your part," which only takes me a couple of minutes. My part is easy. Let's see. Will there be a test after the April to May session? Yes. If you haven't heard the interview with Steven back in October, Steven released his blog back in October, and then I said to Steven, I said, hey, you want to do a quick interview? And Steven's like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And so we talked about it. What Steven said was, that they're only committing through May 6th. And this is back in October when they did this. I know May 6th doesn't seem like a long commitment, but they released this timetable in October. And so Steven said, well, we're just committing to May 6th. And then when we get to May 6th, we'll see. I want you guys to remember they're launching the combat revamp in April. So there may be a lot of changes. And they're not at the point where they don't need persistent servers. Keep in mind what Steven said during the interview he did not this past Sunday, but on Super Bowl Sunday. Steven said whenever they have a product up and running, they have to cut a portion of their development team over to ops and sustainment. Well, if you you only need to test for a month. And after that month, you're going to spend the next 8 weeks doing hardcore building. You're going to do 3 development sprints in those 8 weeks. Well, if that's what you're going to do, you need all hands on deck. You don't need a portion of the staff keeping Alpha 1 up. Plus the fact that what data do you need? Remember, Alpha is out to get data to make decisions. So if you already have enough data to make the decisions and you know what you want to build and you know what you want to change, if you didn't listen to Steven talk about, there are a lot of things that are hand jammed to make work during an alpha. And I'll just give you guys, so that you guys don't have a ambiguous example of this. So what I'm gonna do here is, this is just an example of hand jamming, right? So this is node development, right? Node development. And so here's the pipe. Here's how a node develops, right? And when you have nodes developed, there's this module, and there's this module, and there's this module. And what I mean by modules is things that must occur, right? Things that must occur. Well, you've got your alpha build, right? Here's your A1 build. And you want nodes to be online, obviously. And you have this module built, right? And you have like that much of this module built, and you don't have any of this module built, and then here is your cooked build over here, right? So you want to make this work. Well, you end up coming over here, and you end up getting some frog DNA, right, from Jurassic Park. You get some frog DNA to patch up this module. You just fit stuff in, and so then you make the connection to this module, and this blue piece right here is, barely functional. So you end up going around it, right? You go around that module, you make it work. You force jam it into play. Well, that doesn't do any good to get any of this data. This data is all meaningless because you're not testing how it's going to be, but you need the nodes. You need the nodes to be online for the game to be playable, because you need the nodes to be online for mob seeding. So you can't have just screw it. We're not going to have the nodes up at all. But you're not getting any useful data on how nodes are going to develop if you've hand jammed 66% of the system. So that's why. What do you do at Intrepid? I don't do anything at Intrepid. I am one of Intrepid's official content creators. But no, I do not work at Intrepid. I am retired. I actually am the owner of the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated. We are doing some really cool stuff. I got the first song back this morning, and it is amazing. I'm not going to share it on the stream, but you can find the song name on my Discord. The song I got back is "The Laboratory is Shut Down." So that should give you a little mental image. Oh, you found the window open, buddy. Oh, and your wife is here. Go on. Go on. Sora. Okay, I got to keep an eye on my cat. He likes to push on the screens. He so wants to go out, but it's so cold for him. I do apologize with the light in the background, but I'm letting my cats be in the window. Let me grab Dante's question, and then I'll grab Q's question. Dante, what do you think of a system where if a character's corruption system reaches a high enough stack, then the character gets temporarily locked out or suspended? No, that's stupid. You want to know what I think about that? You remember, you ever saw the time that I said there are no dumb people, but that's a dumb fucking idea? That's a dumb fucking idea. Why would I suspend somebody for playing the game? You said you thought about it when you were thinking about that guy that said a naked level 50 has nothing to lose, griefing characters. A naked level 50 still has something to lose. What he has to lose is the amount of negative XP he's going to get. A naked level 50 who goes corrupted still must... I still can't see the damn cat. Dude, can't you stay where I can see you? Bad cat. A naked level 50 is still going to incur all of that negative experience. Corruption does not go away with time. It's not like every day you log in, you lose 50 corruption. So you can go and be a complete douche canoe and then just keep logging in the character. You just keep logging in the character every day and you lose corruption. Your character is going to have that corruption, whether or not it's an alt, whether or not it's a main, and you are going to have to address... Everybody pays the piper. Everybody pays the piper. You can pay it today. You can pay it tomorrow. You can pay it next week. You can pay it next month. But if you took the time to level a character to 50, you obviously want to use that character for something. And now you're going to... Your one thing you're going to do that for is you're going to... you're gonna run around and you're gonna schwack a couple of level 15s as a level 50, and then you're gonna make that character unplayable. Your stream raiders just died. Yeah, I think they're pushing a patch, which of course always screws us. It always screws us when they do that. It's like, it would be nice if they would say that in game. If they would say, "Hey, we're about to push a patch," but yeah. I'm pretty sure we're boned because we only have 15 people on the map, and you probably can't get more people, and it happened to us once before like that. Let's see. A naked level 50's combat effectiveness would be through the floor. Yeah, but a naked level 50, if you figure that gear makes up 50% of your power, a naked level 50 would be the equivalent of a level 25, and a level 25 would be able to run around and kill level 15s. So at the end of the... Get down! Get down. A naked level 50 would be able to run around and cause issues, would be able to cause problems for level 15s. Appreciate your work. I have a question or comment. When you compare the conceptual images of the tropical biome to the recent footage with Steven and Bacon, I was a bit disappointed. Is it just me? Below the rock canopy, there's nothing there. Why did everybody go there in game? Looks totally different on the image structures wise. Plus, it's not a beautiful tropical beach with tropical vegetation and has a nice view over the inland because of that wall cliff 10 meters into the beach that blocks the view completely. That's because what you're seeing on the screen right now, that biomes video, is work in progress. First of all, lighting and animation is only on its first pass. Now, the view The view is completely subjective. When people say, well, because of the view, I can't, I'm not even going to remotely get into, hold on, I just got one of my artists, to respond, so I want to give them the time of day. I like when people, I'm going to jump down a rabbit hole real quick. I like when business people on Fiverr actually conduct themselves like business people. I'm treating your Fiverr like an actual business. You are the most professional artist I've worked with this past week. Good on you for that. So, give you guys just a real quick. I'm commissioning artists, and it fits because we're talking about art right now. What the hell? So I'm commissioning artists, and I've been sending artists on Fiverr, like my idea, my description. He comes back with, I love this idea, and this is something I'll be glad to make, but I'm bloated with university, so it may take a while. But let's make a deal. I'm going to work on this without taking the order. And then when we get to a good enough point, I'll send you the request and we can start. That's awesome. That is a business person who 100% is gonna get a 5-star from me, unless he totally fucking draws me stick figures. He's absolutely gonna get a 5-star rating from me, only because he's trying to meet my needs. That's awesome. I'll give you the other extreme on Fiverr. I don't like talking to people on Fiverr a lot because their first question is, what's your budget? And I say, well, I'm referencing this package of yours. And they're like, well, what's your budget? Well, obviously my fucking budget is what the value, like if your premium package is $110, then obviously my budget for you. And then the one girl, she got like really mouthy with me. And so I said, you know what? My budget for this is $5,000. And she comes back with, you're going to pay me $5,000? I said, no, I'm not going to pay you $5,000, but my budget is $5,000. That's what a budget is. How much can I spend? Not how much am I going to spend? Anyway, so back to Q's point. Yes, Q, I 100% understand what you're saying. Keep in mind that they're showing work in progress stuff off. Yes, right about here, what you're talking about, like, there's nothing underneath here, so why would you go here? Well, one of the reasons why you would go here is because you might launch a boat from here. I understand what you're saying about it blocks the view, but every piece of real estate isn't going to have the greatest view. Some pieces of real estate are going to be valued for their function, not their fashion. And in this case, function of a piece of coastline might be why, where, for what purpose, for what agenda am I launching a boat? Remember, you can launch a boat from any flat piece of land. You can't launch a boat if you're already in the water. So no, I totally recognize what you're saying. You're saying that, why would anybody go there in game? Well, to launch a boat. And I'll give you one very good reason to launch a boat. Number two, why would I go there? Why would I go somewhere that nobody else is going to be? To bring my caravan on land, and during that vulnerability period where I can't really defend my my caravan that well, because while my caravan is phasing between boat and land, or land and boat, it loses its mitigation. So that's a big one. I love that they're having gliding mounts. I do agree. How did we get into the alpha? I signed up a while back. You didn't sign up for the alpha. The only way to get into the alpha is to buy it. The only way is to buy it. I will have beta keys to give away at beta, way down the road. Depending on how many people I sign up for the game, how big my channel grows, how large my YouTube grows, I will have more beta keys to give away. That's a big part about why I do this as well. Make sure that people that don't have the disposable income can get into the testing. Let's see. Yeah, sunlight. The sunlight in the background. That's how bad it is. You can see. Wait a minute. Did he leave or did he jump? Okay, he left. I didn't ever actually see him leave. It's like, my cat is such a dick. My cat will run out and just leave. He left once. He never came back. Okay, so we're going to have a problem. I think you guys are all locked out. I don't think any of you can get into the battle. Yeah, it's not even queuing off the battle. I hate when they do this. I didn't see the message that the Stream Raiders had a patch coming until after I started the battle. So not only does it use up our time, it uses up one of our retries. Let's see. Thanks for answering. It's just a small part of the tropics biome anyway. There will be longer beach with a nice view over the inland somewhere, I hope. The conceptual image about the rock canopy still looked totally different. Yeah, keep in mind, the conceptual image for that rock canopy is because the rock canopy is not done yet. Here's a little bit of it here. But yeah, the world's not built. Also, and I like the fact that you brought that up. I want people to realize a conceptual piece of art versus a delivery piece of art. Conceptual art is to give you a concept. It's like, this map is conceptual. This map is not a guaranteed finished product. The map will look something like this. The map will not look exactly like this. When the game releases, will people be able to spawn all over the map? I worry that people spawn in specific locations only, and most nodes will be near starter areas because everyone will rush node progression instead of exploring and going far. Or will getting a node to level 5 take a pretty long time? Okay, so first of all, these are the 4 areas above land, above ground that you spawn. Here are your divine gates. At each gate, you have 2 choices for the sub-races. Yes, you are 100% accurate that people are going to spawn in certain places, and that is going to affect where the nodes are. This is deliberate and intended. Will there be servers where people rush off away from the starter gates and develop things far away? Yes. And the way the nodes work is, as long as I'm not neighboring those nodes, as long as I go about 20, 25 minutes away from those divine gates, I can develop that little section of the world because I'll be far enough away that there'll be a buffer in between. But yeah, that is a valid concern. I'm going to jump up real quick. I'll be back in less than a minute. Okay. Oh, Oh, luckily you got back right in time. That's okay. If you were ever to miss a question for that, just ask me. I'll repeat it. That's the whole point of the show. The whole point of this show is to get people the education that they need. So I most of these guys have heard these same answers a whole lot of times. The big part is that every time we answer the question, we refine the answer a little bit better, and we try to add like one little thing more to the answer every single time. Do conceptual arts mostly represent what the environment is supposed to look like at the end? Thing is, these images look so beautiful, you kind of want the world to be exactly like that, but we'll see. No, a concept artist and like right here, you're talking about like looking out over the landscape. The concept artist is just that. He is a concept artist. The final product is gonna be subject to interpretation. Some of the concept art has been done by some of the people who will actually be making it, but there are organizations. How can I say this? How can I say this? Being a concept artist is a much different skill set than being a normal artist. Here, I'm gonna give you guys an example. I'm gonna give you guys an example of what I mean. I have an artist who I have sent this description to. The world is a cold place, barren, ice and snow as far as the eye can see. You should almost feel as if there's no joy in the world, with the exception of a steampunk tower, which is a beacon of hope. That's it. That's all I gave the concept artist to work with. But he's a concept artist. And he'll know whether or not he has enough to go with on that. I'll give you another one. Another one that I sent out. I need something done in a steampunk style. Thinking about a Victorian era library, but with a steampunk sci-fi twist. Other than that, I'm looking for more dark and serious, and then let your imagination run wild. Artist came back with, can you give me some more? I said the setting is dark. Library itself should be dark, scary, but not creepy. The main character is the hero of our story. He brings light into the world through his inventions. So we're aiming for a darkish library setting with bright, brass, gold, steampunk inventions. Not too much, just not enough to break up the darkness and the scary part. So that is giving that to a concept artist who specializes in conceptual stuff is way different than me giving that to a final artist. And the concept artist will take that and make the concept. And then when I show it to the next artist, like you see right here, you see that artwork in their backdrop. That windmill looks different than it has over the years. The windmill has grown, but that's the difference between concept art to deployment art to like one stage of it to the final stage of it. A concept artist is somebody who takes an idea and gives it a first shape. A deployment artist is one that takes the concept art, because a deployment artist doesn't want to hear words. A deployment artist doesn't want to hear words from me. A deployment artist wants to see, like, does that make sense? Oh shit, guys, we got 2 minutes and 45 seconds. If you can get into Stream Raiders, drop what you can. Oh shit, that might, if you're in the website, try to drop epic units if you can. Epic units for our battle for Stream Raiders if you have them available. We need to not have to redo this one. But you know what I'm saying? A concept artist is a person who works with a client with words and thoughts and ideas and makes a picture. And then a deployment artist takes the concept artist and makes it real. Now, are there times when the same person is capable of being a concept artist all the way through to deployment? Yes, absolutely. There are people whose skill set allows them to work the gambit. Are there people who absolutely cannot take other people's thoughts and ideas? I could say to them, something as simple as, I need a steampunk factory. Got it. That's all I need. And they're going to run with it. Now, is that person going to have to do a bunch of different revisions? Yeah, quite possibly. I was trying to drop an epic when the game went down. Well, you got about a minute. We got about a minute and 26. This is gonna be ugly. We got 18 allies, and I don't have a big boy. I dropped for my quest. So if anybody gets anything dropped, it's gonna be amazing. Kind of like forging a knife. You have a design that you want to follow, but sometimes changes have to be made on the blade to know how the material works out. It may look similar to the original plan, but not exact. Oh, no, absolutely. Absolutely. There's also, there's times in places where, and I don't want to scare people, but there's times and places where you're working off of a blueprint, building a building, and you'd think to yourself, well, a blueprint isn't like a concept. A blueprint is a set of instructions. I will give you an example of sometimes you're on site and you're working with a blueprint, and how is the blueprint made? The blueprint was made in a very cold and sterile environment. You got a very cold and sterile plot, a survey of a piece of land. You got a very sterile, this is north, this is south, this is east, this is west. Good job, guys. We got up to 27. Oh, and a mage. That'll help. So 27. We're all tied up. We'll be okay. So you get to a job site, and you have, a blueprint, and instruction-wise, you got no problem. Could I build this blueprint on this plot? Yes, absolutely. Because a surveyor surveyed the plot, and an architect did their job, and they put that house on that plot. And there's times, like Captain Sullenberg, where he said I eyeballed it when when instead of going back to LaGuardia, he decided to put the plane down in the Hudson because he knew he couldn't make it back to LaGuardia. And he got criticized. You eyeballed it? He's like, yeah, I've flown thousands of planes. I eyeballed it. But I mean, I watched like contractors who've been working as contractors for 20 years show up at a job site before they ever start building the first thing. Says, I need to have the clients out here. Go arrange that. Get the clients out here. Tell me when they're going to be here. Call the clients and be like, hey, the contractor wants to talk to you out at the job site. I don't know. We haven't even started yet. And I've seen a contractor look at it and be like, your plot's not exactly squared off. And I'm going to tell you right now, you are not going to like the natural light in your house if we don't make some changes. I will build this sumbitch as the blueprint tells me. But I really think that we need to get the architect out here. I think we got to get the designer out here. I think we need to make some changes. I think we need to do a flip-flop of your second floor. You're gonna want that. You're not gonna want that master bedroom over there. You're gonna want the master bedroom over here. We're gonna do a flip, and he'll explain why. Sometimes people are like, no, just build it the way I designed it. Other times people are like, yeah, let's have and then generally the architect doesn't come out. What happens is the designer from the architectural firm comes out, the person who's like, oh shit, yeah, we didn't think about that. Or Shoot Who says there are a ton of examples of people building to the print and the driveway being on the wrong wall. Yeah. Or let me tell you, what you control is you control the design and the layout of your plot. But you don't control the design and the layout of the plot to your left, the plot to your right, the one behind you, the one kitty corner left, or the one kitty corner right. You don't control those things. Sometimes you designed your plot, right? Give you just a real quick example. Sometimes you design your plot a certain way. Like I was gonna build a house this past summer, and we'll do the plots in green, the plot line in green, and I was gonna buy this plot. This is the street, and so there, this house was already built, and I knew where their driveway was, which allowed me. I was gonna run my driveway to 5 foot off the property line, which is the requirement in my state, right? And then this house wasn't being built. This house was built, and then I was gonna buy this plot, and this was a weird ass 110 foot run, corner to corner, and I was gonna build my house something like this, so that I could put my pool in like this. I was gonna do a lane pool, like a long lane pool, like a 2-lane lane pool. Then I was gonna do like the kids play pool, and then I was gonna have my required space off of the house. Well, then the homeowners association says I couldn't put the pool here because I can't put a fence there. I can only put a fence off the back of the house. And I said, okay, that seems kind of stupid to me. So what I'm going to do, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to move the house, right? I'm going to have a shorty driveway. I don't need a long driveway. The pool for me was the big part. So I said, fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move the whole house forward, right? And then when I move this whole house forward, the back fence can be right there. And now the nice part is I can have my hot tub pad back here, and everything's going to work out, which worked out fine until this guy decided to do something fucking weird on his house, and he decided to kick his whole house to 5 feet off the property line. And then he was going to have a window right there on his house staring right down into my fucking poolside. And I was like, well, I have daughters, man. I ain't going to have a dude with a window looking down directly into my pool area, right? So I said, no, I'm just not going to build at that site. And then it was weird because the way the dude built his house, I've been offered that plot that I wanted to build on. They keep offering me that plot for cheaper and cheaper and cheaper because they know I want to build on it. They keep walking down the price of my project. They've walked the price of my project down to north of $400,000 to well under $350,000. Because nobody wants to buy on that plot now because of the way the 2 side houses are. So remember, a concept art, my concept plan looks fucking amazing. I just can't put it there. I just can't put it there. I'm going to keep the design of the house. I might build that house down in Florida. I love what I designed. So, Ash's Q&A up on the forums. Cool. Let's see. I'll put in that panorama window looking at your neighbor's garage wall. Exactly. You have to have more than just your plot and your design. On the other hand, it paves the way for these build site fail videos. Oh man. You know. Yeah, I'm back to thinking about Florida shoot. With this snowstorm, with this blizzard that hit, I can't stay here. I can't stay here at all. I gotta go. I gotta go. I can't stay where there's snow. My low back has been killing me. Yeah, you could hit 20s there, shoot, but you probably don't hit 20s very often there. I was in the negatives. I had to go to the massage therapist twice, and my massage therapist is the greatest human being on the planet. My massage therapist worked on my low back for like 70 minutes and finally got it all to pop back into place. On a scale of 1 to 10, how important do you think it will be for serious players to keep an eye out on other servers? I imagine it might be quite high. For example, if player A saw player B on another server get a legendary unique or something on B's server, A might try to figure out how B did it and get that legendary unique on A's server. I 100% agree that people are going to look at other servers in the attempt to try to secure legendaries. I absolutely believe that. With that said, the world manager, which is the AI, is probably going to make slight changes to each server to make sure people can't farm the legendary unique. Also, you might need Billy, the Vec astronomer, in order to get that legendary unique. But now you don't know where Billy the Vec is. Or it might have been that Billy the Vec started this quest off on his server, but it's a different character that starts it off on a different server. So there's gonna be a lot of different pieces. A lot of different pieces. Let's see. Servers are another interesting subject. 10,000 concurrent players, right? What if a friend is on another server? How can we play together? Transfers? Nope, there are no transfers. The way you would play with your friends is one of you has to man up, or big girl up, and big girl up and move to the other server. That's unfortunate as fuck. Yeah, it is. So, yeah. The reason why is and I tried to explain this to people, and you know what the problem is? I have found that trying to explain anything to anybody that doesn't want... There are people who want to bitch, and there are people who want to understand. I love people who want to understand. I hate people who want to bitch. I am not your damn it doll. Don't say something to me. Don't say something to me unless you want me to try to explain, ultimately why you're wrong. And some people have said, it's just my opinion, it can't be wrong. Yes, your opinion can be wrong, because your opinion can be based on bad facts, or lies, or falsities. If you say that they need to do something to allow people who play on other servers to play together, the answer is they have. They've allowed you to re-roll. There is a reason why you can't transfer. That part of that reason is that you grew up on a server that grew up one way. Your buddy grew up on a server that grew up another way. You can't just plug and play. Your buddy made it to Master Crafter on a server where he had access to resources. Now, because resources are scarce, if we allow your buddy to move to a new server, two things have happened. Number one, we have what are you going to do if a server dies? That's a different story. So, hi, you're not supposed to be on that table. So, you grow up, you become one of the 4 master blacksmiths on a server. The 4 master blacksmiths on a server, and it took, I don't know, I'm gonna bullshit you here, 50,000 iron ore. It took 50,000 iron ore for you to become a master blacksmith. Now we pluck you off of that server and we allow you to go to another server. By allowing you to, oh my god, bad cut. By allowing you to go to that new server, we've put 5 master blacksmiths on a server that should only have 4, and we've denied your server of a master blacksmith because you left. So that's going to be a problem. You just can't do servers. You can't do transfers. Now, what if this server dies? Well, since the server died and that's their fault, they're going to take this server that's dying and this server that's dying and then they're going to merge them together on a clean slate. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Just the way the cookie crumbles. Part of this is going to be don't murder your servers. You are being a bad cat. Where is the Q&A? Apparently there's already some bad questions. Let's take a look. How are the crafting and gathering going to work? Like crafting and gathering. What do you mean? How are the crafting and gathering going to work? What I will tell you right now is over on the Ashes 101 site, I do go into the artisan system. I know this much about the artisan system, but when you ask me like a broad question, like how are the gathering and crafting going to work, that's really a take yourself over to Ashes 101 type question and read what I have, and then ask me some more questions there, because crafting is the artisan system is divided into 3. There's no labor. Resources are going to be scarce. It's going to be like neither WoW or Final Fantasy. It's going to be like neither one of those things. It's going to be more like WoW in that you can only master certain things. You can only master one side of the artisan system. So if you're a master gatherer, you can't be a master processor. So it won't be like Final Fantasy 11, where you can be an omni crafter and be good at everything. I wish there was a time-gated resource system. I really loved labor. The thing about labor is labor was done really well. The labor idea is really, really well done, except you allow people to have multiple accounts. So you allow people to have multiple accounts, so it defeats it. Animal husbandry is part of processing. Animal husbandry is part of processing right now, but the animal husbandry system is going to be detailed out more later, like taming, breeding, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. I'll be right back. I want to say hi to my kid. I'm still muted. Sorry about that. I double tapped it. That's the only bad thing about the Wave 3 microphone is the mute button is really, 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 really sensitive. So I think the most important thing you can do is talk to your kids right when they get home from school, because you get that raw, unadulterated, feedback of their school day. And of course, today I got the honest answer from my kid, which is good. I always ask my kid when they get home, you got any tests tomorrow? That way I know if they have a test. That way I can, which subject's it in? It's in English. My kid's going to rock that. It's in math. Okay, I might want to ask my kid to explain that to me. My kid didn't even know she had a math test today. Did they say how many people will participate in the alpha test? There were 10,000 alpha 1 testers. All right. If someone stops Steven... Oh, I don't even want to know. Roughly, what phase of alpha will we see the augment system start to be fleshed out in a playable state? Alpha 2. I'm gonna start answering these. I'm gonna start answering these as we go. Can you please add a mini toggle in the setting to reduce the details of spiders only? No need to put so much time into reality. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am tired of this guy. This is one of my friends from the Discord, but I'm really, really tired of this guy and his fucking problem with spiders. Here, let me explain. He's over-exaggerating his fear of spiders. He's over-exaggerating his fear of spiders. Now, if his fear of spiders was so profound, if his fear of spiders was so profound, if his phobia... Oh, let me tell her... if his fear of spiders was so profound that it's to the level he makes it out to every single time spiders come up, okay? His fear of spiders would cause him to be peeing his pants. Now, I'm not saying that there's not people who don't have phobias of that level. My fear of needles interferes with my ability. My fear of needles interferes with my ability to get my tattoo. Have I shown you guys the tat I want to get? It's on one of my t-shirts. Have I shown you guys my tattoo that I want to get? I want to show you guys this because you guys know I'm a huge Jack Skellington fan, and I really like... Oh, here it is. This one will work. I really want to get this tattoo. You know, so, because I've got the two kids that are living with me still, and I have this T-shirt, but I want to get this tattoo, and I call this the Jack and the Jack Sallies because they're Jack and Sally's kids. So, I want to get this tattoo. I don't know where I'm gonna get it though, because I'm kind of a small boned guy. I don't have like I can't get it on my arm. My arm is too narrow. I don't think I could get it like right here because I don't think that space is big enough. I'm small. I'm not everywhere, but I'm small boned, right? If I got it on my back or on my shoulder, then people wouldn't be able to see it. Get it on my chest, I'd have to then get in way better shape. I'd have to get in way better shape before I could get that. So, but the other thing is that on my leg, yeah, but then again, it'd be kind of weird. So part of the problem becomes, my fear of needles interferes with my ability to get my tattoo. So yeah, on my face, no. Anyway, this person makes a huge deal about spiders to the point where I don't believe they're that afraid of spiders because they talk about spiders all the time. People who have true phobias, they don't talk about their phobia. They get to the point where their phobia almost doesn't exist. This person's always talking about the spider. So no, grow up, put your big girl panties on and get over your fear of spiders. Put it sideways on the back of your forearm. Yeah, maybe. Like stand up vertical? Maybe. Let's see. Can you give any detail on how guild freeholds work and what relation, if any, they have to a regular player freehold? Okay. Let me reread this question. Let me reread this question. Can you give any detail on how guild freeholds work and what relation, if any, they have to regular player freeholds? So this person This person clearly knows about guild freeholds. They clearly know about individual player freeholds. When a guild reaches a certain level, its guild master is granted a guild freehold to enable placement of a guild hall. Oh, that's right. I forgot Steven was on the Golden Feather all those years ago. Well, I didn't forget. Wait, nope, I don't want that. I want share at that. We're answering some questions for Toast today. I don't even give a shit, man. I'm answering the questions. How much promise do you think Ashes holds? All of the promise. I think it holds all of the promise. It is. I'm going all in. I'm going all in on Ashes of Creation. Honestly, I think Ashes is going to deliver. Did you guys see Dark Tower with Matthew McConaughey, where he's got the boy and he's like, "You are the real deal, the total package." Yeah, I think Ashes is going to deliver. Will the freehold cosmetics be able to apply to any building or just specific building types? Will classes that are a combination of magic and martial or martial and magic archetypes have to build both magical and physical stats? Wouldn't this hurt them in the balance department by spreading their stat pool too thin? Okay. So Sonic keeps pushing. How many slots will a server have? 10,000 concurrent. Sonic keeps pushing this agenda that combinations of magic and martial or martial and magic have to build both magical and physical stats. No. They won't, because you're still, if you are a mage, you are a mage. That you're a mage. If you are a mage, it doesn't matter if you're a battle mage, a spell stone, a shadowcaster. Your abilities are going to be magic. Now, your augments are going to be different. Your augments are going to be different. You're going to augment potentially your fireball into physical damage instead of magical damage. So a battle mage, they might be able to augment their abilities to do physical damage instead of magical damage, which would be an interesting augment. But when people say, will classes that are a combination of magic and martial or martial and magic have to build both? And wouldn't this hurt them in the balance department by spreading their stat pool too thin? Yes. But guess what? You made that choice. So obviously there was something about that decision that you made that you wanted. This is the same thing where people who talk about the safeguards, and then you remove the safeguard, and then you say, well, why isn't there safeguard? I am still working on that video. That video should be done over the weekend. It should be ready for Tuesday. The only thing got pushed, that video was supposed to be filmed tomorrow. It got pushed back because I got to do the Arizona T99 projects video tomorrow. But if I give you a safety, and you disable that safety, and then you get screwed over because you're like, well, I disabled the safety, and then I still got screwed by it. For example, I don't really have a really good, I don't have a really good example, so I'm going to use a almost good example. Around every roller coaster that I have ever been on, there are big fucking tall fences. There are usually two fences. There is usually a standoff barricade before you even get to the fence, and then there is a really, really big fence that has a sign on it that says, "Do not cross this boundary, unsafe, danger area, risk to head." Now, there was a guy who lost his hat on a ride. And he lost his hat, and he decided to jump the fence, retrieve his hat, jump the fence that said danger, got hit in the head with a fucking roller coaster, got decapitated. I guess that solved the problem of he didn't need his hat anymore. But then his family decided to sue the amusement park because their beloved family member died. And in court, I remember reading the court proceedings. They said, where was the surprise part? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll go up the top. They literally questioned the family, and they said, what was the where was the surprise part? And the family didn't, the family was testifying, and they said it actually ended up turning out, this particular case, there's video footage that the family submitted to show how the father was able to jump the fence. And in the video footage, you can hear the mom saying, the wife saying, "Honey, I don't think that's a good idea." Are you serious right now? You submitted video footage where you said on the footage, "I don't think that's a good idea." But you want to say that the amusement park was wrong because they had two fences, one of which said risk of death was probably there. You know what I'm saying? You jumped the fucking fence, which was behind the safety rail, which is actually on the ticket. I know you guys don't ever read the tickets, but on the back of the ticket, it actually says you agree to adhere to all of the rules and regulations and blah, 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 all the posted notices. The font size is like 4, but it actually, if you actually ask like Universal or Disney or any of those places, if you ask any of those places for the list of their rules, they will give them to you. I'm actually thinking about doing this the next time I go down, just as like a content creator piece. Just be like, hey, I was just wondering, you guys always have this list of rules. Can I get a list of rules for the park? I'm not trying to be a problem. I'm not trying to be a problem maker. I'm not going to sit here and try to nickel and dime your rules. I want to just, I have a YouTube channel, and I want to let people know that there's actually rules for the park. I'm thinking about doing that just because I think it'd be interesting to talk about rules. But it's the safety. So you make a choice to be a magic and martial class, but then you're going to say, well, that's not fair. I'm going to choose to play golf with a baseball bat, which truthfully, I think I would drive the ball further with a baseball bat. But, I think that, if you choose to play golf with a baseball bat and then you don't have a very good game, its choices have consequences. Exactly. Back in 2017, you had yet to decide the use of API and how extensive you would like to make the information available. Have you come to any closer in regards to what you allow players to extract, if anything? So, the design of the game is still under construction. 11 May. There will be integrations available for streaming services such as Twitch, but it's not something that we will expose through an API just yet. So yeah, I'm not going to answer that because the answer's 2 years old. Hold on, I got a delivery. Thank you. Oh yeah, guys, I will definitely go with these. So people were making fun of my biker gloves, right? And I wear the gloves because my hands hurt. I will definitely steampunk it up. Just give me 1 second right here. We're gonna steampunk it up. And remember, guys, you don't pay for this stuff. You don't. Somebody said all that cool stuff you buy for yourself, all the viewers pay for. Absolutely not. You guys do not pay for this stuff. All this stuff comes out of the character's budget, which is my personal budget. Oh, wow. These are pretty nice. These are incredibly nice. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. It comes from my OnlyFans. Nobody wants to see any of this on anything that resembles an OnlyFans. Nobody would want anything to do with that. Oh yeah, these I'll show you guys in a second. These are unbelievably cool. So you guys know that I'm on a steampunk kick, because steampunk is amazing, and there is no steampunk. You know, the genre has died, and so I am doing my best. I am doing my best to bring it back. You know, Asses of Creation, DCN, is actually already a reserved website. Somebody did Asses of Creation years ago. I don't know if they ever put anything up on it, but I remember them reserving it. But yeah, somebody was making fun of my biker gloves. Now we're full steam powered, man. Those are actually really, really cool. Really, real. Yeah, it is for Ash's ERP, believe it or not. So yeah, man, these are actually like these are not like tight on the hands, but those look pretty badass. Those look pretty badass for prop gloves. I will you know what? I will do a hats off. I will go almost the full 9 yards. I will go almost the full 9 yards. So. Let's see. I have noticed that it would be very, very difficult to drive a mouse with these. We would suffer greatly. Let's see. It's all fun and games until a Stufferton. Oh, no. Sparky. That is unacceptable. That is unacceptable, Sparky. No. This is why you and Steven have so much in common. You resurrect steampunk, Steven resurrects MMOs. Yeah, right? Like I said, guys, I'm gonna be doing a 30-second commercial or a 30-second bid for one of the Arizona 99 projects, and we're gonna work on my version of Steampunk Fantasia. So let's see. So the API answer. The official API answer is they're not going to give anything API. However, we know that contextually. They have said on a number of occasions they're not going to do API. However, they need to give that answer because the answer we have is now 3 years old. You know what I need? I need to get a blacksmith to make me like a full arm, like steampunk gauntlet. What is API? I knew you were going to ask. I knew somebody was going to ask. I don't know the acronym. Application Programming Interface. It is a without giving you access to the game. Yeah, it's a way for you to have information about the game. Like EVE Online does API the best. No game has ever done API better than EVE Online. Period. It's like WoW does damage trackers and such. Yeah, exactly. EVE Online. Intrepid needs to look at how EVE Online does it. Intrepid needs to look at how EVE Online does it because there's a lot of really good things that they do that would be useful. There's a lot of really cool things that can be built with API, but they have to be careful on how much they give. So, reserved. Greetings from Norway. Regarding artisan skills, taming is found under gathering and animal husbandry is under processing. Does this mean you only have to use one of them? So you will be dependent on somebody else to capture, tame new animals for you to breed and vice versa? Yes. That is exactly how it is going to work. You are going to be, you are going to be beholden to somebody else. If you need to tame the animals, you'll be selling them to people who do animal husbandry. If you do animal husbandry, you'll be taking the prepped animals, and I believe breeding is going to end up in crafting. Because it would just make sense. It would just make sense if you're going to follow. But then you run into the problem of, well, what does animal husbandry do? Do you have the gloves on? Are you the guy playing the porn? Are you? What are you doing to get those animals breeding excited? Excited. So, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to type in these either. So these are definitely costume gloves for talking shows. I literally can't type in these. Yeah. So, let's see. You think fishing versus farming should be the two categories for gathering? Not really a big thing, though. You think fishing versus farming should be... Yes, I do. Fishing and farming should be two radically different categories. Two radically different categories. So, if you want to look up... which game does fishing amazing... ArcAge does fishing amazing. ArcAge does fishing amazing, and Final Fantasy 14 does fishing amazing. What type of anti-arthritis gloves specifically are you wearing? I don't know. I would rate these a 10. I would rate these ones a 10, my black and white ones. I do not know where Tamir got them. But I can certainly find out. If you ask me after the show on Discord, I can certainly ask Tamir. She probably has the receipt. I like them. They definitely help. They definitely help my my hands, especially like I'm still dealing with the fact that I dislocated this finger. So, yeah, I would rate them a 10. You see me wear them every show. So, these look cooler. These look cooler. But the other ones actually work better. Let's see. I watched the interview of Steven on Forge. Got confused with the items repair subject when dying. Can you enlighten me? Got confused with the items repair subject. I don't know what you mean by when you die, your gear takes durability loss. As your gear takes too much durability loss, you have to eventually repair it. I'm not exactly sure if there's another question inside of there, but yeah, you need to, every time you die, gear takes durability loss. Too much durability loss, gear has to be repaired. I read on 101 that you can only truly master one skill. You can truly master one category. You can master gathering, processing, or crafting. So let's say I want to go full dank mode on alchemy. Does that mean I will need to hire people who went full mastery in herbalism to get me the highest quality reagents? Yes. Since there might be herbs that need full mastery to gather, but since I went full mastery in herbal, I can't get them. Correct. So you need a 3-part process, and this is the keeping low-level items. Oh, okay. I'll get your repair question in a second. Now I know what you want. So keeping low-level items relevant. If you don't make the lower-level items part of the higher-level process, then you basically have a situation where the low-level shit, you might as well have not put it in the game. Because anything that you blitz past on your way to 50 that doesn't remain relevant, then you might as well not put in the game. You might as well just start gathering at 50 then. But if you have, we're just going to do level 20, okay? You can change the numbers however you want. We're just going to do level 20 because that's the image I have created. You're making level 20 black dust powder in alchemy because it's the finished good. You not only need somebody to go get you the black flowers, and you need a processor to make you the black ink. Then you take the black ink and you take that level 20 blue powder, mix it with black ink, and you get black powder. So if you don't have those pieces, then what happens is that you just buy everything off the auction house, and then is that bad? No, but now you need somebody to process it. So you're not ever buying raw materials off the auction house. You're only buying processed goods. And I think you might have a problem with your economy. I think you're going to have a problem with your economy. This way, you can't be self-sufficient. Now, are there people who have said, well, I'm just going to have an alt and I'm going to be self-sufficient? Well, sure. You're going to be an alt and you're going to be self-sufficient. You're going to have a gathering alt and you're going to have a processing alt. But remember, in order to master processing and master gathering, you're going to have to play those characters like characters. They're going to have to go to social organizations and learn stuff. They're going to have to go to they're going to have to go to religions, travel the world, go to certain nodes. So it's not like, this isn't like Arcade where your blacksmith levels up to whatever 280 or 250 or whatever, the 230 by simply smelting iron ore forever. You have an alt account, you log in, you have it smelt, it's not how it's going to work. You're going to have to play it like a character. That's the thing with alts. Although they are still alts because they are alternative characters, these are alternative mains. Alt is just usually a throwaway off to the side that does something for you. Oh, thank you. So how do you get alpha? You buy it. And you can't buy it right now. Sales for alpha stopped in 2018. If you want to get alpha 2, then first you sign up for an Ashes of Creation account, and then you buy it. Yeah, you can still buy 2. The repair. Unlike a lot of games where all you need to do is give an NPC like 47 gold and he repairs all your gear. In Ashes of Creation, if you need your gear repaired, you need to go to a crafter. You need to find an actual crafter to repair your gear. Somebody who can make that gear. And it's not going to just be like, I have a mithril sword, here's 11 gold to fix my shit. It's going to be, I have a mithril sword, here's whatever the crafter charges and 10 mithril bars or 1 mithril bar or whatever. We don't have anything about what the quantity of repairable mats is, but we do know that you are going to have to bring repair mats with you, which is good because bringing repair mats with you keeps the economy stimulated. There is NDA stuff this weekend. That is true. The only thing I can tell you is that there is a testing weekend scheduled for this weekend. Please don't ask me anything else. We all need to respect the NDA. So, NDA equals now disclose all. Talents, I will let Steven know direct that is what you think NDA stands for. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's see. The repair system still makes me nervous. I think the economy would work better if gear just permanently broke over time and could not be repaired. But I guess we'll see. No, I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with that statement. I think that gear should have a repairability on it. And the more times you repair the gear, the more you use up the durability. And then eventually, you simply can't repair that gear anymore. You have to go get a new one. No, I'm not saying that it needs to be quick. I'm saying that maybe you you run through 8-9 months before your gear needs to be replaced. Yeah, Talents thinks NDA stands for now disclose all, and the truth of the matter is, Intrepid is looking at his account saying now delete account. So there you go. You go ahead and disclose all Talents and watch Intrepid delete your account. Sad face. Then you'll cry more than the last test you failed. Let's see. What will you have for people that like to get achievements and collect things? WoW has things like battle pets, cosmetic armor, and weapon appearances, and mounts to collect that are usable across different characters on your account. What will Ashes have to collect? What will you have for people that like to go everywhere, do everything, and complete everything? Completionists and achievers. Will you have a formal achievement or trophy system that rewards people for reaching a certain level, accumulating X amount of wealth, defeating a boss encounter a certain way? Number one, this isn't going to get answered because you wrote a paragraph. Number two, you have 3 or 4 questions in here. All of this has been talked about. As cool as these are, I'm going to take these off real quick. Well, I'm going to take these off because I want to be able to type. Yeah, I know. Imagine the Steam. Oh, I can't even. Imagine the steampunk gauntlets I bought aren't good for typing. Imagine that. Imagine the irony. Imagine the irony. So. It's like almost like people should use the wiki. Wow, these are actually really, really difficult to get back off. But they are really cool for what I paid for them. When gear is broken, can we just call in a takeaway blacksmith for repair services? No. There is no repairing gear on the fly. The hat can stay on. There's no repairing gear on the fly. You need to actually plan your repairs. Since there will be legendary crafters, do we have any info if there will be legendary processors? Yes. It has been answered. There are legendary gatherers, there are legendary processors, there are legendary crafters. So. Don't mind me, I'm just answering all the questions. Let's see. Maybe I can come up with a question to put here soon. Will there be collision control between players in Ashes of Creation? For example, would it be possible to form a line of tanks to block certain floors in a castle where you don't run through like in other MMORPGs where you actually have to kill the tank or break the line? You mean player collision? And yes, there's player collision. Where? I'm just gonna answer all these questions. Just because. I just realized the composer that made the soundtrack of God of War is the same composer for Ashes of Creation. Yes. 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 I like the idea the top-end gear degrades more slowly because it's of a higher crafting quality, or perhaps a system by which the final craft can be reinforced. I think it should be much more difficult and expensive to repair an item. Yes, I agree. I agree with you. Personally, I don't want gear to go away. On the other hand, I do like the mats to repair items. I can see people who stay in town repairing things all day. Yeah, the problem is if items don't go away, then eventually you reach a point where the artisan system slows down. Dedicated crafters are going to be the richest people in the game. No. I disagree with you. Dedicated gatherers are going to be richer than dedicated crafters. Because ultimately, with the scarcity of resources designed that Ashes of Creation is going with, gatherers are going to be able to charge whatever they want. And then gatherers are going to be able to say, well, yes, gathering is the base of all income. But in most games, you have a bullshit system that looks something similar to this. So in most games, you have a route. And it can be it can be more, it can be less. But you have, in Final Fantasy, you have this, right? So in Final Fantasy, you can see 3 gathering spots, and I'm actually going to do this backwards. This is 1, and we're going this way. So I gather this tree, right? And now it disappears from me, but this one appears. And as I follow this circle around, as this one disappears, right? As I gather this one, now this one respawns. And so as long as I go between these 4 nodes, 3 of them are always up. And when I harvest the 3rd one, the 4th one returns. That's a bullshit system. And then in WoW, you have these really big zones. I'll do this as the zone. In WoW, you have these really big zones that if you know the route, right? If you know the gathering route and you follow it over the course of time, by the time I get to about here, the first ones have respawned. So if I just stay on my gathering route, right, and you learn them in WoW, there's always resources to be gathered. I just have to know the route. In Ashes of Creation, I can go on this route, right? So here's my node, right? And I go out and I spend 2 hours scouring the countryside for trees. I spend 2 hours doing this. And then I get back here. I drop off my logs. And then I go back here to start round 2, and there's no trees because they haven't respawned yet. They haven't respawned yet because they don't respawn in a timely fashion. That also means when this gatherer logs in today and he goes on the route, he's confused as fuck because he says, where are all the trees? There's no trees there. Nobody anywhere else in the world has done any gathering, so it hasn't forced the world manager to populate trees anywhere else. Most games don't put an incentive on gathering. They make gathering a mindless pastime, and crafting is where all the money is made. Ashes is going to be a system of there's a lot of people running around doing gathering, and then they're feeding their own alts. Oh, you want iron ore? I have iron ore. It's let's see, 5 gold an ore. I'm not paying that. Okay, don't pay it. But just like economics teaches us, supply and demand. Every day that goes by that you're not buying my iron ore for 5 gold an ore means that's a day that you're losing on leveling. That means your competitor has gone from level 1 to stage 1 or rank 1 to rank 2 blacksmithing. Your competitor has gone from rank 2 to rank 3, from rank 3 to rank 4. You're sitting at rank 1 because on principle, you don't think the gatherer should get 5 gold and iron ore. Now, your competitor gets to blacksmithing epic. I don't want to say legendary yet. Now, your competitor doesn't give a shit about spending 5 golden ore because he's making mithril and reinforced iron swords. So he needs all the iron. Also, because your competitor didn't treat me, right? Your competitor didn't treat me like a piece of shit, like I'm useless because I'm a gatherer, because I enjoy gathering. I now have a good relationship with your competitor. You've come to me on a number of occasions and attempted to buy iron ore, and you've said you're not going to pay my price, and I've said, well, then stop talking to me. If you're not going to pay my price, then why are we speaking? And so I've said, I'm selling to your competitor. I might only be selling to your competitor for 3.9 gold an ore. Because when I call your competitor and I said, hey man, I have all of most of the mats to make 5 shields for my boat. And I need some stuff. Do you happen to know anybody that, and you're gonna get people that will be like, yeah, I got you covered. Or yeah, I have some of that in stock. I'll sell it to you at cost. Wouldn't they be buying from processors, not gatherers? It depends. It depends. I find it more likely that I find it more likely that crafters will have processor alts than gatherers will have processor alts. I think it's more likely that the crafters will have their own processing alts and gatherers will just sell the raw materials. Because of the ass pain that goes with moving it around. Moving it around. What's up, Z? Yeah, the bots will always try hard. Hope Intrepid are strong systems. Well, first of all, let me grab this one in the comments. Am I giving out beta keys? No, because we're not anywhere near beta. We're only in pre-alpha 1. If so, how can I get one? Wait until I have them to give away. I signed up for the email stuff and haven't heard anything in months. Well, that's not true, because if you signed up for the email stuff in July, if you signed up for the email stuff, you've heard something every single month. They send out an email every single month. So if you're not hearing anything, check your spam folder and whitelist Intrepid Studios. Do I know if Alpha 2 will be announced anytime soon? Alpha 2 won't be announced anytime sooner than at least May 6th. And that's the very earliest they'll announce it. The very earliest they will announce it. Let's talk about bots and why bots are going to fail in Ashes of Creation. Let me tell you why bots are going to fail in Ashes of Creation. Number 1, the world is fucking big. Number 2, mobs don't drop gold. Only humanoid mobs drop gold. Only humanoid mobs drop gold. So they don't have the ability to log in 50 accounts and run around. Oh yeah, and if always repost your questions, just put repost in colon and I'll know. So bots can't run around and make a bunch of money. And number 2, bots have to move the resources. Number 3, it is not going to be uncommon for people in an area to know each other. And so are humanoid mobs not farmable for some reason? They are, but you think bots at creation are going to start farming humanoid mobs? No, you just don't make any humanoid mobs at level 1 to 10. Make the bots level to 10. And then you increase your ability to detect the mob. You increase your ability to detect the bots based on the behavior you force them to engage in. Just don't have any humanoid mobs, 1 to 10. Also, you're gonna have areas like this. In those circle areas, those represent the divine nodes, but I use this map whenever I want to indicate a specific geographic region. If in that geographic region, we know each other, and you know that I usually don't go red, and I put out a message in node chat, which is global for all of my node people. Hey guys, going corrupt. This is Jay. I'm going corrupt. I found a bunch of bots. The people that live in my general area are going to be like, oh, it's Jay. Jay doesn't go red. He said something in node chat. If someone's running up, be like, who the fuck is the corrupt? Oh, it's Jay. People are still gonna kill you? No, they won't. People won't kill you if they know that you're killing bots. And then, Phil, here's the thing. If you run up on me, okay, Phil, that makes you part of the problem, and that's gonna make you have a really, really shitty existence, because everybody is going to kill you then. Because, Phil, what you've just said, you're gonna kill somebody who went corrupt to kill bots, which means you endorse bots. Yeah, but I'm not red. They're still going to kill you. People that are around are still going to kill you. And you missed the premise. You missed the premise of all of Ashes of Creation. Let me explain. If I just posted in node chat that I'm going red to kill a bunch of bots, and then you attack me, the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to your guild leader and I'm going to say, what the fuck is your guildmate's problem? I was killing bots, and I told everybody I was killing bots. And then I'm going to put social pressure on your guild leader to kick you out. And then I'm going to put social pressure on whatever guild takes you in, and realize the majority of people are going to think you're worse than the bots because you're preventing the execution of bots. If you're the dickhead running around killing the people who's killing bots, right? Then everybody's going to hate you. And your reputation is going to go to shit. And you're not going to be able to join a guild, because what's going to happen is, if you're in that guild, everybody's going to ward deck that guild because they're protecting you. They're harboring somebody who's worse than bots. This is what people don't seem to understand about Ashes of Creation. Reputation will be the most important currency you have, So, wouldn't NPCs kill you if you're corrupt? They would, but you're going to take care of your corruption, There's going to be gangs of asshole guilds that don't care about that, though. True, but they're not going to be. First of all, you got to remember, I framed it in the premise of the people that I work with on a daily basis. If I have a gang of asshole guilds, why am I working with them? I'm going to be working with the people who are like-minded to keep the bots out of our area. It doesn't count on trusting thousands of players to not kill me. It counts on the local group of people not killing me. Remember, although I pop up as red on the local bounty hunter map, what's the key word there? The local bounty hunters. The local bounty hunters. The people in my node, in my general area. Again, don't bots help level your node? Sure. Unless your node is already capped on XP and now you have bots destroying your economy, which hurts your node because they're tanking the shit out of your economy. Nobody in your local area can farm mobs to make money because the bots have decided your node is a good node to tank the economy in. Remember, you kill 50 deer. You don't make dick for money on those 50 deer. You get 50 drops that you have to take to the Hunter's Lodge. If the bots tank your local Hunter's Lodge price, then your people are now forced to run caravans. Asshole guilds are going to get punished economically because good luck getting a good deal from the guy you keep killing. Exactly. Here is where, and I'll give you a great example of the passive resistance that people do to Goon Swarm in EVE Online. In EVE Online, Goon Swarm ruins the game for a lot of people. They occasionally, that's fine. Just repost your question. I'll get to it. I'm kind of a little behind. I might have to do some reposts here. I got to go back to Q's question as well. Oh, Q, your question. There is no hunger or thirst. You don't need to eat or drink. There is no survival mechanic. In EVE Online, one of the things people do to Goon Swarm is they find out where Goon Swarm is currently operating out of, and they raise the price on certain commodities right around where Goon Swarm is doing their jumps back into HiSec. Now, a large organization like Goon Swarm doesn't really give a shit because they've got trillions and trillions of ISK to work with. However, if I can put the screws to you even a little bit economically, I'm going to do it because you blew me up however long ago. People raise the price of ammo. And what they do is they raise the price of ammo, but they move the ammo to a convenient grab point. They raise the price of jump fuel. They do those things because Goon Swarm has trillions and trillions of ISK. And remember, we talk about time as a commodity. They're willing to pay the price in ISK for the time that they save. But that's still a form of economic warfare. In a game that had a much more stable and leveled economy, that would actually cause them a moment of concern. Yeah, Galente Titan ammo goes through the roof and jump fuel gets marked up hundreds of thousands of times. Exactly. And then that's when Goon goes and procures their own stuff. But what if you don't go ridiculous with it? What if instead of going through the roof with it, what if I just make it double? Maybe I figure out how much time it would take to go get it at the next closest location, and then I make it so that it's worth my time to move the shit to you, but I make you pay the premium. And I'm only really doing it because it's Goon Swarm and I'm doing it to irritate you. And some people, they declare economic warfare on Goon Swarm. They buy out all the fuel for tons of jumps. They don't give a shit. They'll invest billions into just fucking with Goon because they can. Well, that's the reputation thing. You're the toxic shithead guild, right? You're the toxic shithead guild and you own the castle. And the problem is nobody wants to defend the tax caravans. In fact, not only do people not want to defend the tax caravans, right? So this is your region, and you got tax caravans being shipped off from all of those nodes in the Brown region up to the regional castle. Not only do people not want to work with you, you got people in the town, in the city, calling over to the village in the white region saying, yeah, our tax caravan just left. It's right here. We don't give a shit. Come and take it. You got people who left their town or their city. They moved across the border just to come back and fuck with you. And now they're going to do everything in their power. You not only lost, because remember, in order to understand why Ashes of Creation is going to be so important on the vassals, the population, you actually have to understand like medieval Europe, medieval times, and how important vassals were. People have it in their mind that people never up and left. People couldn't up and leave their country because you couldn't like suddenly decide you were English and you wanted to up and leave and go to France. There was no cross country emigration, because the French wouldn't have you. However, there are examples of a really shitty local noble whose people, the key people, start to leave. The blacksmith just says, fuck it. I'm just going to go on the road and travel. I'll find a place to go. He gets a couple of, duchies over or a couple of baronies over, and he finds he's going to be treated better because their blacksmith just died. He got kicked in the head by a mule. And he says, oh, lucky day, I'm a blacksmith. And the local lord is like, wait, you're a blacksmith? Well, usually not the local lord, but somebody like that works for the local lord says, you're a blacksmith? He's like, I'm a blacksmith. It's like, prove to me you're a blacksmith. May I use your forge? Yeah. What would you like me to do? Make a sword and some horseshoes. Because horseshoes are one thing and swords another. Okay. Makes it. Congratulations. You're the new blacksmith. Well, now that other town doesn't have a blacksmith. Statutes of laborers was made a law to try and stop English peasants from moving around. Yes, exactly. It was designed because the local lords knew that if they lost their people, they lost their power. Because what did they lose? You think the king wants to hear? Appreciate that, Paulo. You think the king wants to hear that the taxes from your region are down this month or down this year or down this year? You think he cares that the taxes are down this year because you lost a bunch of people? What did he say? You owe me 5,000. You owe me 5,000 gold a year. Well, guess what? If the people only can produce 5,100 gold in taxes, your money is 100. So what do you always do? I gotta beat my people some more and take some more of their gold. And then what do you think happens with them? Then they say fuck you and they become less productive. Let's see. Vera, what was your question? Let me roll up. Where's Vera's question? I don't see Vera's question. Yeah, Vera, dedicated crafters are going to be the richest in the game. That wasn't a question. That was a statement. I don't see a question from you. Yeah, the king doesn't give a shit about a Jarl who can't raise a fjord. He gives a shit about the Jarl who can raise 200 people. Yeah. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the king cares about who can bring me money and who can bring me people. Because sometimes lords were forgiven because they had a very, very poor area, but they had a lot of people. So I say to casually, your taxes are 2,000 gold a year. But when I call the banners, you're on the hook for 1,000 people. You're on the hook to make up the bulk of the vanguard. And Casualty's like, oh, I've got 2 sons, and one of them I don't think too kindly of. And so my younger son is going to be in the middle of those 1,000 people leading that. And my eldest son is going to be next to me, next to the king. Why am I next to the king? Because everybody else shows up with 200 people. I show up with 1,000 people. Sure, they all make fun of me. When we go to court, they all make fun of me because I don't have the nicest clothes, and I can't bring like the fanciest things, and they all have like sashes with gold trim, and I look like I look almost like a half step above a commoner, and I get seated at the end of the table. My kids don't even get invited into the great hall to feast. But fuck, when that king needs his army, oh shit, I'm right next to that king. If you are red and a green tries to kill you, this means you can't attack him back since this will further corrupt you. Correct. It also means if I'm already red and I'm hunting bots, the other 5 or 6 people with me are going to just kill you when you attack me, and they'll take their 1 corruption, and now you take a full death penalty. So, I mean, there's always going to be ways around everything. But yes, as it is right now, you cannot defend yourself against, well, you can defend yourself against greens. The trick is that if I kill you, I get more corruption. But the other trick is you take a full death penalty. That's that piece when I talk about that people always want to look at the situations in a vacuum. They don't want to look at all of it. People have said, well, I'm going to run around hunting reds and I'm going to do it as a green. Okay. Well, the person's red. They might only have 1 point of corruption. They might not have any stat degradation. That system is abusable. Yes, I'm aware. Talked to Steven about it in 2019. Steven says we're going to test it. That's all we can do. That is all we can do. Let's see. Did I get everybody? I think I got everybody. Doesn't botting also ruin the value of said items they are farming, so it kind of ruins botting in the whole since its value decreases? Yes, but the thing you have to understand about bots is bots don't give a shit about XP, or bots don't give a shit about gold per hour. Bots in gold farming operations give a shit about not getting caught. I missed your repost. Okay, hold on. I'm missing a lot of them. I don't know if your guys' color changed. You're yellow. I don't even see you. Oh, is there a specific question? Oh, that we should put in the Q&A for you? I will polish up some questions today. I will polish up some questions today and put them on my Discord. I don't have the questions are never in a finalized version until I need them. I keep them kind of I leave them in a kind of fluid format. What about bots that go around and strip the land of all the gatherables? Here's the thing about that. They won't be able to, because a player character has a finite backpack for how much they can carry. So, what's up, Ninja? So bots aren't going to find the Ashes of Creation methodology to their liking, because they're used to going around for hours filling up their entire backpack. Like Arcage, you'd see these fuckers there for 15, 20 hours. They'd have hundreds of thousands of iron ore, and then they'd sell it and tank the price. The thing about Ashes of Creation is your backpack is 1/10 the size of a mule and 1% the size of a caravan. I don't see bots running around with their mule out, because then I'll kill your mule, take a little bit of corruption, fill up my mule, and then kill every mob between here and my freehold and try to work off my corruption before I get killed. Or, like I said, post in chat, hey guys, killing some bots. If you guys wanna be on the lookout, there's some bots doing gathering. Yeah, if the bots can't flag for combat, they'll drop 100% of their gatherables. So killing a bot will save you time. Well, they don't drop 100% of their gatherables. They don't drop 100% of their gatherables. They drop a 100% death rate. Killing some bots and taking their mats. Yeah, exactly. Now, somebody said earlier I'd be reporting it to the mods. Well, sure, absolutely. I would be reporting all of them to the mods as well, because I believe in getting them banned completely. I think if a green attacks already, should flag purple. I agree with you. No, see, stop that shit, Phil. This would allow the dynamic of bounty hunter and the criminal fighting each other. First of all, you're completely wrong. You're completely wrong, because bounty hunters flag specifically to kill corrupted. A bounty hunter lives in like a dual state. I'm a bounty hunter and I'm flagged for hunting. I'm flagged for criminal enforcement. I am still a green to everybody else. I am only flagged to the corrupted. So your part where you say this would allow the dynamic of the bounty hunter and the criminal fighting each other, that has nothing to do with the green flagging to a purple to attack a red. Bounty hunting is its own flag state. A bounty hunter is flagged as a legal combatant to the corrupted. Okay? You'll notice there's a line down the middle of bounty hunter. Just because I am flagged to enforce law does not mean anybody else can attack me. Now, when you say instead of the red becoming a punching bag, the reds don't get to bitch about being the punching bag. Reds are murderers, man. Reds are murderers. Remember I said if you make a choice, you have to live with the choice. You don't get to say, I made a choice and now I'm unhappy with the results because too fucking bad. You made a choice. You made a choice to murder somebody. And I call it murder because that person didn't fight back. You made a choice to murder somebody. Once you went red, you have no time to say, well, this is This is unfair. I'm the punching bag. Yes, you're the punching bag. And what? You were a bad boy. Now you're getting hunted. I'm going to walk away for just about a minute. I will be back. This room is getting to be about 9,000 degrees. It's actually over 80 in here. I'm going to open up that both windows for a minute, hit the fan, try to get this room cooled. I'm actually going to put my BRB screen up for just a second because it's going to make the background look all weird. All right. So I finally figured out why this office gets to be bajillion degrees. I just, I'm looking over at my little thermometer, and I'm like, holy hell, this office is getting to 80 degrees. I'm like, is it the new PC, right? I want to make sure that the new PC isn't getting crazy hot. I mean, being in a room that's 80 degrees is pretty crazy hot. The Edison bulbs in the back, those bulbs are over 110 degrees. No wonder why this room heats up when I have all the prop lights on. So when I do this, right? When I turn these off, let me do this real quick so you guys can see them. So I have like three Edison bulbs in the background. Those bulbs are all over 110 degrees. And I'm like, holy hell, what is going on? So that I'm gonna have to figure. What I'm gonna have to do is not turn those on so early before the show. Yes, LED lights except Edison bulbs because they're Edison. They're for the look. I didn't factor in the temperature because when I set the office up, it was summer. So the air conditioning was on. I played Silk Road back in the days. I love the caravan system. It's amazing the way they're implementing it. Yeah, The fact that the caravan system is dialed into the PvP season, so you have attackers and defenders. That's really well done. That's a really well done feature. You can get LED Edison lookalikes. I don't want lookalikes. I want Edison bulbs. If I wanted lookalikes, I would get lookalikes. But I'm probably gonna have to get lookalikes. 3 100-degree bulbs is definitely what's heating up this room. Let's see. Pop over here real quick. Knock this out. 57. We're gonna wait that extra minute. Let's see. There's me answering all the questions. I'm such a good guy. People are gonna get mad, and I don't really give a shit. Oh, there's more. Oh, I saw Talents. Talents had a question. Oh yeah, all of mine would have rolled together on my screen until I reloaded. Yeah, Dante, that question I wasn't even gonna go over. Just so you hear, Dante, I don't do crude and I don't do stupidity. So I'm not gonna read your question because your question is both crude and stupid. The way the human mind works is the doorway phenomenon. You can be a subject matter expert on something. Your knowledge. You can be the best mind. You could be the person who invented a field, and have a problem recalling information about something you wrote, simply because of what's known as the doorway phenomenon. I teach people about the doorway phenomenon all the time. If you're getting up from your desk to do something important, like really, really important, write it on a Post-it note and carry the Post-it note with you. Because when you walk through a doorway, your brain resets itself to be prepared to receive new information. So it's not uncommon, especially when you're tired, it's a little bit later at night. It's not uncommon for you to like leave your desk, walk into your kitchen, and then you walk into your kitchen and you're like, what am I here for? Like, you forget what you went into the kitchen for. Now, usually it comes back faster because you walk to the fridge door, you open up the fridge. No, those aren't senior moments. And that the problem with that is that people say, oh, it's just because I'm getting old, and then you'll find out that if you say senior moments, it's you're not really understanding what's going on. It's truthfully, your brain has been affected by the doorway phenomenon, and you just need to recognize how to get around that. And that's writing it on a piece of paper. Am I dropping frames? I have only dropped like 100 frames in the last like 20 minutes. Place 3 barbarians. Is my barbarian ready? Yes. Go right there. But it's like when people say senior moments, but what they don't realize is kids can have them, because especially kids can have them because the child's brain is more receptive to finding new environment. Let's see, let alone the fact that the game director didn't know there was going to be water. Cloud. I swear, these cats. The game director didn't know there was going to be fall damage. You got to remember something. They both knew what they both knew. It's going to be very difficult for Jeff and Steven to be on the same sheet of music all the time when they have a 4,000 page game design document. 4,000 get down. 4,000 pages of game design document. Now, I will say that the fact that those two were so disconnected, they were so far off and so far disconnected on the waterfall damage, that was concerning for me. The reason, have fun at work. The reason why that was so concerning for me was Steven and Jeff have to be like almost of one mind. Almost of one mind on everything. Clearly, Steven and Jeff are not in every single meeting all the time together about every single thing. Because otherwise, if Steven and Jeff are going to be in every single meeting together, then you have a duplication of effort. And you need to, you really need to figure out a better way to manage that. Now, having waterfall damage is important. Having ocean fall damage is important, because ocean fall damage changes the dynamic of sea content. Having lake fall damage, mainland waterfall damage, doesn't carry the same gravity with it as having ocean fall damage. But again, you don't want to have two sets of rules, because then you have two sets of rules and now you start to have bleed over. I don't think anybody should be concerned about the waterfall damage from a game design perspective. I definitely think that it had some ramifications about both the process they go through with development and the process, the development process. But that was more a concern of mine as a project manager, more than anything else, more than a gamer. Your brain functions in pathways. You going through the door, getting the thing you wanted makes you use that certain door neural pathway. But because going through that pathway, your brain is like, through the door, what did I need to link with it again since I was busy processing the pathing? Yeah, it's also, the reason why it's called the doorway phenomenon is because they have found that people that don't have specific doorways into their kitchen actually experience this less. If you don't have arches or defined doorways, you experience this phenomenon less, because when your brain enters in a new environment, it changes from I'm walking into the kitchen to I've just walked into a new area, I must do a threat assessment. Because remember, we are mammals, we are animals, we are just higher thinking animals. Biochemically, our brain is going to walk into a new room and it's going to scan for threats. You don't even realize you're doing it, but you're scanning for threats. And and if you can, without thinking about it before you walk into the kitchen, and this is really difficult to do, take note of the first thing you look at in the kitchen. And most people, if you ask them, what's the first thing you take note of when you walk into the kitchen? People will tell you, I look to see if the stove is on. And then you say to them, well, why would you look to see if the stove is on? I don't know, because the stove is hot. It's a perfectly reasonable thing, but why would your stove be on if you hadn't turned your stove on? It's just interesting shit you read at 2 o'clock in the morning in psychology papers. Let's see. Are there going to be dailies? Yes, there will be dailies. However, ArcAge in its dailies are radically different than most games and their dailies. In Ashes of Creation, the dailies are going to be called tasks. And the reason why they're going to be called tasks is because they're not for your personal development. They are there for your node's development. So go get this, go fetch that. That's not going to be, oh, well, if you don't do this daily 17 times, you don't get the things you need for your armor. You're not going to be doing your gear development through dailies. But you will be doing, say, leveling your node, getting your node the things it needs via those dailies. Shit, I forgot to get tea. I'll just grab tea in a second. See, I walked out the door. I walked out the door to get tea and take care of something. To grab the thermometer, I finally said to myself, what is making this room so hot? And figured it out. I would prefer if you only had water damage if it was off a ship. Yeah, the problem is trying to code the exceptions to the rules. Trying to code the exceptions to the rule would be unbelievably difficult. Steven had a dev discussion over that subject and changed his mind. Actually, Steven didn't have a dev discussion on dailies. I'm going to kick that back to you because this room is incredibly hot at the moment. I'm not going to put a hat on. I'm actually uncomfortable. Like, this room is over 80 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is incredibly warm. That is about 8 degrees hotter than I like. I'm actually uncomfortable. I'm actually uncomfortable at the moment. Yeah, water takes time to displace when things hit it in real life. I do agree with that, but the problem... when was the last time you fell from a distance or at speed on water? Yeah, hold up. Let's chillax a second though. Let's chillax a fucking second, because if you have to jump off your roof into a 12-foot swimming pool or jump off your roof onto concrete, which one are you jumping into? Yeah, and exactly. It depends on how you hit the water and if the water is choppy. That's why you'll notice during like Olympic diving, they've got the sprayer, depending on the height of the boards, they've got the sprayer on, which displaces the surface of the water. But yeah, I agree with you. If you jump off the Golden Gate Bridge and you hit the fucking water below, it doesn't matter that the water is choppy and being displaced. Yes, even though the water is choppy and is being displaced, jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge and hitting the water, it is like hitting fucking concrete. Let's not turn it into a physics lesson. Force equals mass times acceleration. With the standard terminal velocity, you can't go any faster. You can't go any faster once you reach terminal velocity. I don't want to fucking jump off a bridge. I don't want to fucking jump off a bridge into a pool of Jello, into a pool of water, into a pool of anything. But when we bring that down a bit, when we bring that down a bit, I wouldn't want to jump off of an aircraft carrier flight deck into the water. I wouldn't want to jump off of a Carnival Cruise Line deck into the water. But, you know, if I was jumping off of a 30-foot boat, I mean, I don't even want to say a 30-foot boat. I mean, I dove off of my family, the speedboat. We would take the speedboat out. I mean, I don't know what the speedboat was. Maybe, I'm trying to think, maybe 4 feet off of the surface of the water, and I dove off that. I mean, 4 feet's not a far dive. You know, they definitely taught us how to jump off of a CVN flight deck into the water. Even jumping right, you can shatter your spinal. Oh no, absolutely. They typically use the lower elevator deck for swim call on the CVNs carriers. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I've seen Sparky, what's that shit? Did you post it? Being on shark duty? Being on shark duty when you're, for those of you that don't realize what we're talking about, when the Navy's out at sea, they swim from the boat. They do go swimming. And yeah, Shark Watch. It's Synedra. Synedra. It's an S. It's an S. I remember. I don't have to swim faster than the shark, just faster than the other guy. Yeah. And sharks can't climb ladders, can they? Sharks can't climb ladders. I'm going to grab a tea. I'll be back 10 seconds. Oh. Just posted my question. Obstacles may present barriers on roads that players must remove to allow transit of goods. This quote from the wiki might refer to climate changes, but my question is, can players place those barriers on the roads? That's a damn fine question. That is a great question. Good job. Good question. When I find that one, I will give it a thumbs up. Will there be casual content which is aimed at people partying up in the world rather than everything being solo content? I don't understand this question. Will there be casual content which is aimed at people partying up rather than everything being solo content? What is it being solo content have to do with it? I don't know. Chicago carjacking tactics brought to you by Ashes of Creation. Yeah. If you wear shoes and go straight with your legs, it isn't much of a problem jumping off of a bridge into water. That is factually incorrect, just so we're all clear. If your legs are straight and you hit the water, that's not good. You shouldn't be hitting the water straight on. Because you're basically going to drive all the force. Yeah. Okay, Phil, let me help you out here. Anecdotal evidence isn't evidence. Anecdotal evidence is experience. But when you say jumping in like flat, I'm going to tell you right now, having your legs straight out, the reason why they tell you to, first of all, you should have your toes pointed and you should have your ankles crossed. The reason why is because you're aiming to pierce the surface tension of the water with your toes, with your ankles crossed. You're aiming to not send all of the force up through. You're aiming to not have all of the force go up through your feet, into your legs, into your pelvic region, into your spine. But yeah, to say that you've jumped off many bridges with your legs straight with shoes on, it doesn't, just because you haven't gotten seriously hurt, doesn't mean much. It's just like a lot of times, minimize the initial contact surface area. And then I've seen a lot of stuff where people say, cross your arms over your chest. This is absolutely a horrible idea. I don't know what the Navy teaches. I do know that we were taught, pin basically the same thing from the military. Pin your hands to your side as hard as you can, because you don't want your hands to get blown. You're assuming that when you hit the water, you're going to break your legs. The assumption is you will have broken your legs and your legs will not be of any use to you. And you want to make sure your arms don't, if you cross your arms, then the water tension can raise your arms up that way. Now, I don't know how the Navy teaches it, and I would never presume to know how the Navy teaches it, because the Navy is teaching for their scenario and their height. And I'm sure they have different rules depending on where you're jumping from. But yeah, so does someone move in the water to watch for movement? More movement means less service. Have someone move the oh yeah. If you got a bunch of people that are like, if you got a bunch of people that are diving or jumping into the water, yeah, absolutely. You want to keep the person once you get somebody into the water, then that person wants to flap around the water a lot. Yes, absolutely. High enough in water acts as concrete. Yes, those hydrogen bonds are a motherfucker. In basic, they taught us how to jump starting with an Olympic height board, followed by a correct recovery from underwater, and then a swim that's long enough that you can get away from the worst of the subduction forces of a sinking ship. Yes. Not a funny story, but a kind of a sad, tragic, really went horrible story. There's a riptide up by, holy hell, South Haven, Michigan. Based on how their pier forms. Let me see if I can grab a picture of it real quick. Yeah, there are rip currents on the South Haven beach. I'm looking for, okay, this is, yeah, here we go. This isn't exactly the picture I'm looking for, but this'll do. So in red flag on the beach, you don't go in the water at all. And the reason why they've made the ruling you don't go on the water at all is because you get dumbasses like this who don't understand what rip currents are. And you'll notice, okay, the water jumping up on the pier there. This is South Haven's basically pier. It's not glorious. But that orange line you see is considered safe, which is why they're bringing them up there. And then you see that orange one right at the foreground of the picture. That's another safe one. You see where that water is splashing up on the dock, like kind of in the foreground? There's a fucking riptide that goes under that pier right there. And it pulls you in, and I don't care how strong of a swimmer you are, you're not breaking that riptide. Well, as you go down to the edge of the pier, I don't go anywhere near anywhere in that like garbage gray green color is. I'm not quite sure if it's green gray. I'm blue colorblind, but it looks green gray to me. I don't go anywhere near that ever when I'm swimming. I don't go near the pier when I'm swimming. I see people there all the time. And I was out there once, and there were the flag status was changing, and you got the people calling everybody into the water, and I was helping get people out of that colored area. And then I got yelled at by parents because I wouldn't go in there and get their kids. And I got up on the beach, and I got fucking dried off, and the lifeguard was asking me for help, and I said no. And the Coast Guard's like, what? Or the lifeguard's like, what do you mean no? I mean no. I'm a private citizen. I shepherded out the kids I could get. I'm not going in where you tell me there's a riptide, because I don't give a damn how Billy Badass you are. You're not escaping a riptide. And every year, every couple of years, there's some fucking kid drowns. Some teenagers go to the beach during red flag and they think they're badasses and they jump off the pier into the riptide because they think it's funny at some of the points. It just kind of moves you. And then they don't realize there's suddenly a fucking point that they're fucking pulled under the pier, and then they can't get out. Ankles crossed, toes pointed, legs straight, arms crossed, holding your bicep. Pinch your nose, because the water jet to the brain can be bad. Yes, I've heard that as well. I've heard that. Your ups is beeping like a mother. Oops. United Parcel Service. Why do you have the United Parcel Service in your house? I wouldn't care that I know how to swim well enough for the Navy. I wouldn't go in there unless I was, search. I don't know what you mean by that acronym. Let me look up your acronym. Because what would we do without acronyms? Special Warfare or Combat Crew. Combat Craft Crewman. Yeah. Why can't they get out? Can you paint where the current is actually going? Oh, yeah. The reason why they can't get out is... open. So basically, when you're right about there, where you see this going up like that, it's also you're just flat. Like he's not standing on the ground here. Just so we're clear, this is fairly, like, I think if I remember correctly, it's just beyond this point that you can stand on. He's not standing there. And you get pulled up against the pier, and there's nothing you can do. You can't escape it. You can't climb it. You can't. Once you're under, you're under. Yeah, and then it was funny because, out, and I can't really see it. It's probably right about here. You swim out to the buoy line where the hell's the camera? You swim out to the buoy line where the boats can't come in. Then you suddenly get out there. Like, my daughter didn't swim out there with me. I swam out there, and my daughter had stopped on the sandbar, and I kept swimming. And I hadn't done a long swim up at that beach for a couple of years, probably about 6 years. I'm all the way out at the buoy, and I'm a pretty strong swimmer. I'm all the way the fuck out at the buoy, and then I turn around and I see how far it is to my daughter just to get to the sandbar. And I'm probably, I don't know, a good half mile from the shore. People are like, oh, it's a half mile. Yeah, keep in mind that on the fucking triathlon Ironman things, they don't swim nearly as much as they run or bike. I got to the sandbar and I was like, let's get to the beach before I die. To be honest, those rescuers should be barefoot. Probably. You see, this guy is, or this lady is. Yeah, you see right here all that shit that's getting thrown up on the pier. Obviously, he needed to have his coffee. And we see this as a kid. Had no business being in there. You never know when they will put riptides in AOC. Yeah, you know, you gotta be careful. We get on topics. That's how life goes. Let's see. What is y'all's thought on customized NPCs? Something the players can develop alongside their own character. A unique NPC that they have to build, nurture, and loved. So. Quote. Wait, that's not right. Nope, that's the wrong one. I was incorrect. I was incorrect on that one. That is not the right quote to the person's question. The champion is what I was thinking. I was cutting and pasting the wrong thing. They're going to have a champion system for the mayor elections. Let's see. Where did I miss somebody? I'd like to design a store NPC for sure. You know, did you play Final Fantasy XI, the original version of 11, where you had your stall NPC? That was kind of cool. Doesn't SWTOR have something like that where you have an apprentice who helps you? Seems to make group play less necessary. SWTOR has your apprentice system, but that's completely because they completely jacked up the game. In this person's response, there's going to be a champion system for the military node elections. More details on that to come at a later date. What is the benefit of dual wielding versus two-handed weapons, and how will the repair cost justify it? Okay. When we talk about questions that are good or questions that are bad, the question has to be answerable. What is the benefit of dual wielding versus two-handed weapons? What's the benefit of dual wielding in any game? Usually a faster attack speed. Usually slightly more stats than what's on a two-handed weapon. Usually lower damage. It's a question of, do you want to have 10 hits at 8 damage or 8 hits at 10 damage? The thing about the 10 hits for 8 damage is, you know, you're still going to do 80. You're still going to do 80 damage in a period of time. The thing is that each ability is going to hit for less, because in a lot of games, weapons are the primary driver for skill damage. With that said, a question has to be answerable. They're in the middle of their combat rework. You know their combat rework is going to be done in March or April. Asking them a question like this isn't an answerable question. This is in the weeds. You want to know something that they can't possibly even give you an answer on, because if they give you any answer, all you're basically saying is what level of bullshit is acceptable for you to be satisfied, to be placated. They can't answer this question. There's just no way. Because how can they have this question answered when they're still doing the overall combat redesign? And I know some people are going to say, well, how do they not know the answer? It's not that they don't know the answer. It's what answer are you going to accept? What answer are you going to accept? And you're going to want more details than they're going to give you. So, since all classes can wear all armors, will we see archetype specific cosmetics in the gear score to help diversify class appearance? No. Why would you have archetype specific cosmetics? And why would I wear an archetype specific cosmetic if the goal is for me to make it as hard as possible? So no, I don't understand. And if every class can wear every armor, then what would an archetype specific cosmetic do? Yeah, that's like asking how many hit points can I get, and who cares, and how will that matter out of context of the whole system? Exactly. Very well said, Moose. Very well said. It's like, well, I can get 60,000 hit points with no mitigation, or I can get 40,000 hit points and 85,000 mitigation, or 85% mitigation. So who has the higher effective hit points? Well, you know. I'm going to start this, and then I'm going to take my break while you guys are watching. So enjoy. Alrighty. We've got exactly an hour left. Exactly an hour left, and we're gonna knock. Oh yeah, we're gonna be good. We're gonna be good. Perfect. Es perfecto. We have done 3 barbarians. So we're getting close to a level 30 unit as well. It's going to be a good time. Next time we do PvP, I don't know when the next PvP event is, but we will definitely do that. I think some of the best ways they have answered combat questions involve giving us their goal for time to kill, because that matters a lot. I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Saturday, tomorrow. Okay, maybe I'll try to log on tomorrow. Maybe, possibly. Maybe. Okay. I think the time to kill answer is absolutely the best one. Because then it doesn't matter. Because then all the other questions become... It'll probably be 11 Pacific. For StreamYarders PvP. I think you're absolutely right. That if they keep driving you back to, well, our goal is to have it be a 30-second time to kill, then it doesn't really matter what other answers they give. Steven previously stated DPS trackers and add-ons will not be allowed. What type of information will be available via the API? None. Previously, you guys said that there would be regular content updates. Will this take the form of adding quest NPCs dungeons into the existing world, or will they be in the form of new explorable land masses? Okay, so number one, Steven kind of touched on this during the Theory Forge's live stream. Unfortunately, the last time I checked, the Theory Forge hadn't, the Theory Forge in no way, shape, or form had enabled transcripts, or they hadn't timestamped out. And I am absolutely positively not shitting on one of my peers here, but it makes it really, really hard if the owners of the content don't do timestamps. Please do timestamps. If you are a content creator and you do an interview, please do timestamps. And what I mean by timestamps is this. If you guys aren't familiar with this, and you can expect this, you can absolutely positively expect this out of your favorite content creators. And if they're not doing it, slap them. And what I mean by timestamps is we bring this over here, right? And stop it. If the content creator goes through and takes the time to timestamp where all of the questions are, right? Then you can come into the description and you can find them. And then what it does is, I'll show you. I'll show you what the big part of this is. You guys see on the bottom there, it chops it up. So if you don't, so say we're talking about the shave the beard goal. We're talking about extra life, and you're like, I don't want to hear about extra life. Then you can just click down here, right? You can just click down here to the next thing. You don't have to wait. You don't have to wait there, like the PM video, the notes 3. So, yeah, you actually have to put, believe it or not, that's what throws a lot of people off, is if you don't put your first timestamp as 00:00, video start, then YouTube doesn't know. That's like the hook to do, that you're telling YouTube I'm putting in timestamps. It's so many people get so frustrated. They spend all their time doing the timestamps, and then they're like, I don't know why it doesn't work. I'm like, because you don't have a start one. Now that's if let me take that back. That's if you want the bar. That's if you want the bar to work. You can do timestamps and it'll just jump you to the video, but that doesn't work. So it's very, very, very difficult for the Theory Forge's interview, because the last I checked, they hadn't done transcripts yet. Actually, I want to check something. They haven't done transcripts, and because they haven't done transcripts, if you guys have never checked out the wiki, I'm gonna show you guys something that the wiki does that's really, really cool and really, really useful. So, stop it. Okay. So if you go Paradox on the wiki, right, you can see my interviews. And now some of them, I'm going to go all the way back to 2019. And so here's my interview from 2019. The wiki will not only tell you, you can look at the referenced by on the media, and it's going to tell you every page that references this video. So you can see that there's got to be some stuff on looting here. There's got to be some stuff on lumberjacking, milestones, nodes. So you can start to see that. But the wiki does it where if you click on read the transcript, you can see the entire transcript, and it will let you, from their transcript, click over. Now, the problem is that the wiki staff doesn't have all the people they need. And so some of them end up like this. And I go into my, like, you'll notice that it started off and there's like a couple of parts where the transcript, this one isn't, yeah, like right here. I didn't go through, like, if I have to go back to my own transcript, I'll clean it up, but I don't have the time to go in. That's if you're really, 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 really a fan of the Ashes of Creation community. Talk to Lex. Lex needs as many people as he can get his hands on to help with like transcriptions of that stuff. It makes it so much easier to try to find what was said about the game. And then there's like the one person who, like, I seriously wish that Lex would have some sort of mechanism to be able to like block people from the wiki. Because there's one guy, he's just, what the hell? There's one guy, he's just toxic as fuck about the wiki not being updated, but he doesn't want to help them get it updated. So, don't you think it's a big risk from Ashes of Creation to be doing open development? I say this because it's not the first time companies like Blizzard take ideas from other games and apply them on their own game. Yes. There is a reason why in the Ashes of Creation community, New World is referred to as Ashes Light. You are 100% correct. New World seems to have borrowed a lot of ideas from Ashes of Creation. Absolutely. That is the problem with open development. Now, I will say this. One problem with open development is that you actually have to deliver on time. If you guys know anything about John Kingdon, he's a political science professor. Kingdon, right? Yeah, John Kingdon. He is a professor, and he was the acting chair of political science at the University of Michigan. He's a graduate of Oberlin College. He wrote the book Agendas, Alternatives, and Public Policies, and it's a really good book about policy stream convergence and the window of opportunity. Now, the window of opportunity exists in every career, really. The window of opportunity always exists. The problem is that since the majority of our society is in over-sexualized, over-racial, over-economic, over-everything, we respond with the stupidest things ever. Our society looks like it's completely asinine. But the window of opportunity says that you can have a great solution, but if you have a great solution and there's no need for it, it's not the right time. It's not necessarily the right time to talk about it, to release it. Hold on, my cat's going bonkers. Hi. You don't care about me. You care about the fact the window's open. I don't know how you know. You like smell it. So say that mysterious floating Joker face. It's actually not floating. It's actually it's a painting done with Sharpie marker by a veteran up on the base. But say somebody was almost done with a ventilator replacement, and then COVID happened, and they said, I have a 95% solution to ventilators. That would be the window of opportunity to launch. So there are times where the window of opportunity is open. Intrepid did a lot of open development, but Intrepid doesn't have a launch date. So that's really dangerous because it allows other companies to try to do the best of what Intrepid's trying to do. And let's be honest, there is a game company releasing a game that could straight steal more than 50% of what Intrepid wants to do with node development. And what are you going to do about it? The one guy, if you guys heard the former WoW developer talk about Ashes of Creation, and he said, well, we've had all these ideas before. And I said, you know what, that's bullshit, because I've never once, and I researched the guy that said it. I don't have my notes because it was on the other PC. I researched the guy that said it. I found every sort of like public speaking thing he'd done, which wasn't many. I'd never once heard him talk about any of the stuff Ashes of Creation is doing. a lot of times when you hear people say, oh yeah, well we've had these ideas, they're not doable. Yeah, just because you had the idea, it's all about execution. It's also about, it's easy to say, oh, I had that idea too. But what it is, okay, so you had that idea. Why have I never heard of you having that idea? It's like in the military, I had people steal ideas of mine. I don't get pissed because the truth of the matter is you presented the idea to the commander. You presented the idea to the commander because you stole the idea from me. And now the commander's like, sure, go ahead and execute it. And now I'm just going to watch. Because you took the idea, but you don't have the knowledge behind it. You don't have the moxie to pull it off. So thank you for creating a window of opportunity for me to look really good. Because you started something you don't understand. You can't finish it. I'm sure shit not going to help you because you stole my idea. And then when it's just about to fall on the commander's head, not on your head, I don't give a shit if it falls on your head. When it's just about to fall in on the commander's head, that's when I just walk up and say, sir, I can clean this whole mess up in about 4 days. That's when the commander says, just like in Hot Shots, you're out, he's in. Well, guess what? Remember we talked about who's up next to the king when it matters? It doesn't matter if it was your idea. It matters that I executed your idea. I don't think anyone can accurately steal all the concepts and overshadow them. I'm more worried about the public perception of the average idiot, which seems a developmental alpha once we go NDA and spreads the notion, oh my God, the game is unfinished garbage, hee dead game. That's going to happen regardless. There are people who still, to this day, when WoW releases an expansion pack, they say dead game. If WoW is a dead game, then nothing else is living. Because WoW literally fucking shits money on expansion pack day. WoW shits money. It's like, how much money we need? Okay. Feed the Triceratops a little bit more. It's going to shit us out another 300 million. And anybody who says I'm wrong, holy shit. What did they make in one day? $250 some odd million in one day. There are people who put the phrase dead game in group listings to make fun of those dead gamers. Yeah. And remember, everything comes back around. Everything's interlinked. What does a dead game mean? Well, remember, earlier in the show, somebody said that financial success doesn't equal quality. Well, if financial success doesn't equal quality, then what equals death? If financial success does not equal quality, then what equals death? Yes, I hate to inform people. It's like we said earlier, and I'll do it again, just so that people that weren't here can hear this. I am more than willing to listen to the argument that money does not equal quality. I will listen to this. Oh, that's bad. Let me redo that. I will listen to the argument that people want to make that money does not equal quality. And I will listen to that argument. But then what I need the explanation of is when this person takes their money and gives it to them, they are saying, I think the quality is good enough. Oh, you guys can't even see all that. They're saying, I think the quality is good enough to give the company my money. So you don't have to like the game, but you're telling the customers that do spend their money on the game, you're saying, well, you're just doing it because. Since you have a bit of medical experience, you know this condition for when some reason your heart starts racing, you breathe in a plastic bag or something to calm down. It's called hyperventilation. Do you know what can help there? I feel like every time I eat raw onions, 12 hours later, I get the condition. Okay, so I don't know what would be causing raw onions to cause that 12 hours later. What you just described was hyperventilation, and you should absolutely positively not be breathing into a plastic bag. You should be breathing into a paper bag, okay? Should keep paper sandwich bags, brown sack bags. But yeah, so I'm not a doctor, but what I am going to give you is the same advice a doctor would give you. If 12 hours after you eat raw onions, you're having breathing conditions that causes hyperventilation, don't eat raw onions. Or go to an allergy doctor and see if you're allergic to raw onions. But yeah, it's the Groucho Marx thing. Yeah, I would say a food allergy or asthma, but 12 hours is a really long time for that to kick in. But it's the Groucho Marx thing. Hey, doc, it hurts when I go like this. Okay, well, don't go like that. I would definitely see your doctor, though. Because if you have hyperventilation, you definitely need to... if you have hyperventilation, your doctor definitely needs to know that. WoW is so successful that its biggest fans are also its biggest critics. I agree. I mean, it makes sense when you think about it. They are the ones that are experiencing the subject at its fullest firsthand, and they only stick around because they've invested too much money and life hours into it. Yes, that is the sunk cost fallacy. I don't enjoy the game. I've been playing the game for 5 years. I've spent 10,000 hours playing the game. I'm going to keep playing the game until it gets good. The problem is that because you and the other 9,999 people keep playing the game until it gets good, they don't feel the need to ever make the game good because you're just going to keep playing. What about rights? If they implement it first, even if wrongly executed, don't they have the rights to the idea? No, you can't trademark or copyright. You cannot trademark or copyright an idea. It's like Orange University tried to copyright Orange, and they got it, but they didn't read their copyright. They had the copyright trademark. They trademarked Orange in the category of colleges. So no other college could open a college called Orange University, Orange College, none of that. But then they tried to start suing people, anybody who tried to use the word orange. Who tried to trademark the? Kim Kardashian tried to trademark kimono. Drake tried to trademark the phrase God's plan. Paris Hilton has trademarked her reality catchphrase, "That's hot." Gene Simmons has tried to trademark the metal horns hand gesture. Donald Trump tried to trademark "you're fired." So there are people who try to trademark stupid shit. After going viral for singing "Rise and Shine" to her daughter, Kylie Jenner is trying to trademark it. I guarantee you, I guarantee you that the military would jump in. The military would jump in if they tried to say, "You're going to try to trademark Rise and Shine." The military uses the phrase "Rise and Shine" all the time. So, let's see. An idea is not intellectual property. A concept is not intellectual property. Let's get down to specifics, and let's get down to specifics, and we'll do this. We'll do this with this little guy here. So, Intrepid decides that they're going to have a class, and they're going to call it Warlock. Okay, so first off, they decide that they're going to call their class Warlock, and Blizzard gets all sue happy and says, we're suing you. And Steven says, well, what the fuck is your problem? And they say, well, we have a class called Warlock. And then Steven calls me up and he's like, hey, Jay, you're not going to believe this shit. I'm being sued by Blizzard because I have a Warlock class, right? I have a Warlock class, right? Where is it? Mage, Summoner, Warlock. I'm being sued. I said, Steven, don't worry about it. Because I'm going to walk into court with this book right here, the Rifts Conversion book. I'm going to go to page 59, and I'm going to say that on page 59 there is a class right up there. Sorry, my camera blurs in the background now. But there's a class called the Warlock class. So I'm going to say, Steven, you're covered. You can't copyright Warlock. You simply can't. We're going to go into court. We're going to say there's other games that have Warlocks. There's movies about Warlocks. You can't copyright. You can't copyright Warlock. You simply cannot. You simply cannot copyright Warlock. Now we're gonna go into. It's gonna be a mage type class. And Blizzard pokes their head over the wall again, and they say, "Wait, no, no, can't do that." Now we're gonna and a summoned pet. Ooh. Now. Ooh. Now we're getting, and they're demons. Ooh. Now you see we're getting. Ooh, it's not good. And the demon looks like a cat, but the demons. Wow, the demon's got a little pitchfork. Ooh. And we call it an imp. Ooh, see what we're doing here is we're no longer in an idea. We're starting to we're starting to look like if I start describing this, I'm starting to look very, 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 very similar. And now I'm gonna put the coup de grace on it. Okay, and even though it's a mage type class, its primary type of spells is damage over times. Ooh, too close. Too close. Probably got a lawsuit going on here. Because in an online video game where players have a choice of a class, you have named a class that is magey, that uses damage over times, that uses summon pets that are all demons, and the main demon they use is an imp, and you've named it Warlock. Blizzard's probably gonna tie you up in some court cases right there. Now, Ashes of Creation isn't making their Warlock a summoner. They're making their Warlock a mage. Okay, so it won't have a permanent pet. And, you see what I'm saying? Blizzard could still make the argument. They could still say, well, it's an online video game, an MMORPG, that you have a class named Warlock. And then at that point, you're going to get a judge who's probably 60 or 70 years old that's going to be like, I don't understand. And remember, there is an advantage. There is an advantage to having old judges. There is a reason to having old judges because the judge is going to be like, break it down to me. And he's going to say, all he's going to say is their thing an exact copy of your thing? And Blizzard wouldn't be able to say, if Blizzard said yes, Intrepid would be like, well, no, because this and this are different, this and this and different, this and this and different. And the judge would say, well, I just heard three difference and I don't understand. And then and if you really read it, this is some of the court findings when it comes to this technology stuff. It'll be like, well, I've heard a bunch of similarities and I've heard a bunch of differences and you all can agree to disagree, but I don't find this to be legally satisfactory. So I'm dismissing. You can take it up with the higher court. And all that judge just did was, I'm going to keep the status quo and you guys go complain up the food chain. And that works because usually on the appellate courts, we're starting to get younger judges because the old ones died. And that's a good thing. Somebody said, I doubt Blizzard would do it because they lifted most of their games from prior MMOs. Yes, I agree. It's just like if you tried to trademark Druid, you'd get your ass handed to you because you can't trademark a religion. You could trademark your own religion. You could trademark the Jahlon steampunk voodoo druid tribe of South America or South Illinois, sorry, not South America. And you could trademark the Jahlon steampunk voodoo tribe druid cased of Southern Illinois, and I could put a trademark on that. I don't think it's going to be very profitable. Y'all think we should start our own religion too? We already have a corporation. Let's start a religion, and then I could get up here on a big screen and I could say, and all we need is I need more gasoline. I need more gasoline for all my limousines. Throw in those subscriptions for the Lord. The paradoxicals, exactly. Is that a raptor? Oh, that's a PogChamp. I need to get a raptor. I do have it on my thing. Get a raptor remote made. But yeah, you can't copyright a concept. Now, if Intrepid said we're doing 500 versus 500 siege battles, nodes, castles, and then New World copied it, then if they copy too much, that's when you get them. It's just like when the teacher says, to you and your brother, hey, your essays on your dog are really the same. And you say, well, yeah, of course. It's the same dog. D&D, TSR, Wizards of the Coast would get rich with lawsuits, except D&D wasn't the originator of it either. D&D didn't invent... D&D didn't invent these ideas. D&D just turned them into the first game, but there were people playing tabletop games, pretend games, before Wizards of the Coast did it, before TSR did it, before D&D was a thing. There were people playing pretend games. They just wrote rules for it. I'm going to jump up. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to, I turned off the background lighting. I'm desperately trying to get this, this is absolutely gross to try to, can you guys even see that? This is absolutely gross to try to be streaming in. 79 degrees. It's like streaming from a beach right now. So I think it's a good thing to be open, but still a risk. No, it absolutely positively is a risk. You got to remember, anytime you talk about anything, yeah, it's gone down to 79. Anytime you talk about anything before you have it trademarked, copyrighted, protected, is always a risk. It's absolutely always a risk. I'm not saying this to be a kiss ass, but of all the streamers I've seen, even though smaller than yours, you're probably the most interactive with your community. So one day, if you're having a dry month with not much to talk about regarding Ashes, you should draw lots from your subs and start a Rift campaign with the winners of that. You know, I have actually thought, to be 100% honest, I have thought about doing a Riffs campaign. But here's the problem. I have other shit I need to be doing with my life at the moment in regards to the company. Like I said, I spent all day yesterday. In fact, let me check Fiverr. I'm waiting for one more. Yeah, the other guy didn't get back to me. But I commissioned 2 musical artists, a Twitch design studio, and one artist. And I talked to a different artist today. He's working for me now. I told you guys on my Discord. On my Discord, yeah, 100% honest is just a bullshit statement that's stuck in my head. It's like one of my go-to phrases. I know where it's from. I know where 100% honest comes from. It comes from my pathological liar, LARP Malkavian, who never was telling the truth ever. So I know where it comes from. But I spent all day yesterday contacting musical artists and graphic artists. And like I told you, on my Discord is the first song for the steampunk soundtrack. I'm doing a modern day steampunk Fantasia, and I'm gonna ask Arizona T. They're doing 99 projects. They're funding 99 projects. I'm gonna ask them for funding and say I want to be able to hire a bunch of Fiverr artists and a bunch of Fiverr composers, and I want to make basically a experience of image and sound to make you think you're in a steampunk world. And I'm telling a story. I'm telling a story with the music, with the visuals. That's what I'm doing with the money that comes from this. And then I'm going to, when I have about 40 songs, I'm going to go to Fiverr and I'm going to put them up on Fiverr. I'm going to make all the music available to any streamer, any content creator who wants to use them. It's DMCA free. I'm never gonna DMCA strike people from using our stuff. I'm taking after Harris Heller in that regard. I think what he did for the streaming world was amazing. I want to do it for steampunk. There's just nobody gives a shit about steampunk anymore. It died and it needs to not. That was interesting. So, yeah, let me give you guys a little update. Let me jump out here to the talking screen. So on Wednesday, I told you guys that I had a meeting with Visual Impulse by Design. Visuals by Impulse. Visuals by Impulse got bought by Elgato. I had a very nice, wonderful meeting with John. The problem is right out of the box, right off the bat. The cost to use VBI for what I wanted to do, just the alert box, okay? Just the alert box, the alert widget, was $5,000. So I was looking at a bill of somewhere in the $10,000 to $15,000 range for the Twitch, all this to be redone, all the alerts, all the everything. And a lot of people have said that. A lot of people have said holy. And what they don't realize is most streamers are using free stuff. Fiverr for the win. Here's the problem. You get what you pay for. What you get on Fiverr is quality work, but it's not quality at that level. So what that means is when you go to Fiverr, you get a product. But then when you want to make changes to that product, you don't get the source code. And also, most of those Fiverr deals for Twitch redesigns don't include the most important part of the Twitch redesign, and that is the programming and the coding of your alert boxes. That is where the money comes in. What they end up doing is they make it work, but it's like it works, don't fucking touch it. It works. Don't fucking touch it. It works. Don't touch it. You know, you can, mate, if you always contact the same quality man. The problem is that because they have the source, you're right. But then think about how that works. If you go back to somebody a second time, then what you're going back to is for a custom gig. And that's the problem with Fiverr. When the person knows they have you over the barrel, then they can start charging you whatever they want to charge you because you're asking for a custom gig. So they did this whole redesign for you and it cost you 10% of what the other studio was going to cost. But now you can't make any changes without them. So when you go back the next time, what would be a very small fee at the professional studio is whatever the hell the Fiverr artist wants. And you're also assuming that the Fiverr artist keeps your source code. I don't think that was to you. You can always ask for the source. Yeah, the problem is asking for the source. Most of the studios on Fiverr tell you no. Most of them say no. Or if you want the source code very, very quickly, you're getting up there to the $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 mark. I've seen groups that say it's $1,000 for us to do the work, but it's $3,000 extra for the source code. Well, now you're at $4,000, and now you have to start thinking about the fact you just paid 40% of the top studio, and you didn't get custom written code. You have the same code that they have used, and everybody's looks the same. When I'm talking about Visual by Impulse, you pay. Part of it is you're invited to their Discord. You have your own channel. You can't see everybody else's. You have your own channel. That's your office space. If you have a problem, you call them. One of my widgets could break. OBS could do something. Stream Elements could do something. Something could happen. Something could break. I could be live and one of my alerts could break. All I have to do is go over to the office space I have and say, hey, this alert's broken. Can somebody pop over? Part of that price includes maintenance on it. It's a service, exactly. And then the other thing comes in is that you pay a lot up front, but you pay less in the long run. Now, with that said, I'm not at the point where I'm making, $80,000 a month. So $30,000, $15,000 is chump change. So I went with the cheaper service for right now because I want to get off the Assassin's Creed. Everybody has this. Yeah, yet. I'm not there yet. I'll get there. We'll get there. Now, somebody said, is there a release date? No, there is no release date for Ashes of Creation. The only date we have is that there's testing this weekend under NDA, and then March 19th is the big day. Mark your damn calendars. March 19th is going to be no NDA Streamerino. We're going to see how that hurt. I'm stoked, man. My body is ready. I'm going to pull some long streams. Long streams. Am I excited for this weekend? What's this weekend? I don't know what's this weekend. Let's see. Nice game. It is a nice game. Which class in March? Every class, every archetype, every main archetype that's available in March, we will cycle through. I will probably start with Cleric, and then I'll play Cleric for X number of hours, and then I will play Tank, and then I will play Mage, and then I will play whatever else is available, and then people are going to be coming in, and they're going to be like, show this, and I'm going to say, hold up. What I'll probably do to be accommodating is I'll probably do like a 4-hour show, and then I'll say, okay, guys, I'm gonna be back in 5 minutes. I'm gonna stop the stream, and then I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stop the stream and then immediately restart it, so then it kicks over the VOD onto the channel. and then I will I will come back. So it's like each thing is going to be its own show. Did I give up on ArcAge completely? Yeah. If you are familiar with my background in August, September, October 2019, Crolin did not a direct interview with me, but he was basically reading my questions on their live stream. They said ArcAge Unchained is going to be completely different. They fed us all a line of bullshit. And then what ended up happening is they were just doing it to grab money. They told us that ArcAge Unchained was a specific build for the Western audience who wanted a non-pay-to-win version of ArcAge. Well, that was bullshit because ArcAge Unchained was coming out in Korea anyway. They said that it would be a one-time purchase, and I outright said to them in the interview question, I said, please explain the business model to us. And I talked about it on my show for probably 12 hours on different occasions. I said, please explain the business model to us. This is never going to work because there is no monthly subscription. How are you going to continue making money on this product when there is no subscription? And they said, we've got it all figured out. And bullshit, no the fuck they didn't. They had no clue. They had no clue. And it all blew up in their face. So I left. I stopped playing ArcAge. I did not take down ArcAge 101. I didn't take down any of my ArcAge videos. The sad part is, man, the saddest part is that my ArcAge videos are still my top 10. I think all 10 of my ArcAge videos are still my top 10 most successful videos ever, which is sad to me because like I am not yet getting the Ashes of Creation love. I don't quite get the Ashes of Creation love. Yeah, all 10. I have never had an Ashes of Creation video do over 29,000 views. My best ArcAge video is at 87,000 views. I've never had an Ashes of Creation video take off. So, are hybrid classes like fighter mage going to be like ArcAge, where you basically have to be a fighter or mage, and maybe you get some utility abilities from the one you don't choose? No, you don't get any abilities from the one you don't choose. If you want to know more about the class system, I recommend here. This is gonna break it down. I'm sure nearing launch you'll get those views. Oh yeah, without a doubt. That's why somebody said to me, why did I spend so much money on my Twitch redesign and when it's coming? I said, you know what? Because I need to have the Twitch redesign for March and April because I have a chance to be off to the races and I got to be ready. I got to be poised. I got to be poised to be off to the races in March and April. So yeah, I don't even remember what is my delivery date on that project. What did they set the delivery date at? It's March 4th. It's funny too. My delivery date is March 4th at 5:40 p.m. Could you imagine them missing the delivery date? Be like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? You missed the date by 2 minutes. Got to retrain the racehorse before you can win the race. Yes, exactly. You've been watching my content since 2009. Oh, I appreciate that. Aren't you one of the, if I recall, aren't you my brain? Yeah, aren't you one of the Dungeon Crawler Network people? That's why DCN, or am I thinking, is my brain off? So, are you part of the pre-alpha? Yeah, I was right. My brain. You guys kind of like up and vanished. But I understand why you vanished. Believe me, I understand why you vanished. It is really, 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 really difficult to keep an Ashes show going. That's not like what I do. Because I just answer questions. I basically, it's like, who shows up to class today? I think you have laid a solid foundation between all the Ashes services you offer. When this game is in beta, those vids should hopefully pop off. Yeah, and the nice part is that I got the office set up. I got the office set up. The audio is so much better. I'm comfortable. I have an office I can work in, so my kids can be playing. Well, my young one can be playing. My teenager can be brooding, and I can still be making video. Will I give Arcage 2 a chance? Yes, I will give Arcage 2 a chance. Is Alpha 1 or 2 out today? Neither. It's just the Alpha 1 preview is out today. Scheduled to be out today. Scheduled to be out today. Let's see if we can grab a couple more of these comments. Can we get a community event to write a backstory for the name Tank? No. Will you be able to breed the animals? Yes. Will the offspring then come into the world, or do you have to raise them first? Good question. I would find the latter better. Okay, so nobody cares. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but nobody cares. Does it have a verbal NDA? It has a full NDA. There is a full NDA in place. And plus the fact, I am in kind of a bad situation because I think I have 3 NDAs. I think, if memory serves me, I have 3 NDAs with Intrepid. I think I have 3. So here's the thing I want to point out to people about questions. I would find the latter better. Nobody cares what your opinion is. Either you're asking a question because you want to ask a question, or you want to give a suggestion. There is nothing wrong with having a suggestion. I don't want anybody to think I have a problem. I don't want anybody to think I have a problem with suggestions. I like suggestions. Oh, stop it. There's a whole house for you to go sit in. The window is closed. I don't want anybody to think, that I don't like suggestions. But don't put your suggestion in the question section. Suggestions and good criticism is the way to go. No. It's not. It's not. Not in the question thread. If you put your suggestion attached to your question, then you've got a problem. What are your thoughts on the request for mounts that age and die? No, I think if you're not going to have a world where if the armor and the weapons don't break, then I don't want the mounts to die, because then you've disproportionately weighted one part of the artisan system against other parts of the artisan system. I'm a huge fan of the mounts having a lifespan, okay? I'm a huge fan of the mounts having a lifespan, and the number of times the mount dies shortens that lifespan. I'm a huge fan of the gear being permanently breakable, and the number of times that you have to repair the gear, you shorten that overall repairability. And I'm not talking about 2 weeks or a month. I'm talking about the gear could last for average use for a year, but the more you play, I think you should have to replace your gear. It's just my opinion. But if you are not going to have a repairability or a limited life of the armor and the weapons, then there should not be one for the mounts. What about catching the individual animals? Okay, so yes, I love what this person did. And this person's going to get a like from me, even though I don't like their suggestion. I like what they did. They put their question in English and they put their question in German, right? They put their question in English, they put their question in German. I like that because then if a native German speaker, BCG, where are you? If a native German speaker comes along and sees the question, they can PM the person and be like, your Google Translate was a little off. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about helping people. Now, hopefully somebody will come along and tell them, get your suggestion out of there. Hey, it's me answering questions again. Are you asking for birth control glasses? No, Big Cheek Giant. The Lord of Salt. What are your plans for how fast you want the combat to be? We know the TTK you're aiming for is 30 to 60 seconds, but what about the speed of the combat? For example, slower feeling combat like Final Fantasy or faster like Arcage? Talents, this is a bad question. If you're still here, Arcage wasn't fast combat. Arcage was fast kills. Combat in Arcage wasn't fast. It had a 1 second global cooldown. A 1 second global cooldown is much faster than Final Fantasy XIV, starting at a 2.5. But the reason why Arcage combat felt so long the reason why Arcage combat felt so fast is because you died usually in about 4 seconds. I'll show you videos of cleric combat where, holy shit, man, it takes 18 people well over a minute to kill me. That's definitely not faster feeling combat. So I think if Talents is still here, I think you want to ask the question. Just ask the question, player to player, pimp to pimp. Just say, what's the global cooldown going to be? Just ask the question you want to ask. Don't dance around. By the way, you have 3 question marks, so your question's not even going to get picked. Is BCG around? Yeah, BCG. A lot of people think that he rage quit content for Ashes. Giant went to Australia for a couple of months. Dude took a hiatus from his personal life. He moved around for work. I'm not going to go into I know the personal stuff in his life. I'm not going to go into the personal stuff in his life. But I mean, he left the content creator program, but he didn't rage quit it. He just moved around the world a bit. And now he's got a really cool opportunity going on. I'm not going to share that either. It's not mine to share. Let's see. Greetings from Hawaii. Fuck you, Hawaii. It's 20 degrees outside. My question is, will there be titles that are earned by doing evil things? An example would be a mayor taxing the citizens too much, earning the title of tyrant. No, there won't be. Because what happens when you give a reward for bad behavior is, remember, there is no, and I don't want to go full psychology on us here, but there is no such thing as good behavior or bad behavior. When you start using the words good and bad in a psychology setting, you can't use good and bad. There is desired and undesired. There is desirable conduct, or there is desirable behavior and undesirable behavior. The military does a really good job of this as well. The military will tell people. Like trainers, that you have your acceptable level of conduct, and everything that doesn't fit in the circle of acceptable is unacceptable. But the military is very black and white. So I don't give you a reward in the military for showing up on time. There's no reward for showing up on time. I dole out punishments when you don't show up on time. Because in the military, I don't give a shit about keeping you in the box. I give a shit about returning you to the box when you venture out of it. The military is also, you got to remember, people volunteered to be there. If you give people a reward for taxing their citizens, if you give people the title of tyrant for taxing your citizens too much, then what's everybody going to do when they become mayor? They're going to they're going to tax their citizens too much to get that title. Is going for melee worth it in Ashes of Creation? I remember being melee in Arcage had a lot of disadvantages. So Arcage didn't really have a lot of disadvantages for going melee, in so much as until they fixed some things, there was a massive disadvantage of going melee because all the tanks had gone plate, and the way damage scaled, you couldn't, if you were melee and you went cloth, you wouldn't get the same damage mitigation as you would as a mage that goes plate. That was the problem. Arcage was never about balancing damage type versus damage type. Arcage is, like I've always said, Arcage is not rock, paper, scissors balance. It's rock, paper, scissors with a dice throw, with a card draw, with a with a coin flip. I mean, to get into raids and dungeons was hard as melee. No. Melee actually had, depending on what decimal point build you were in Arcage, there were some times when melee wasn't as effective as magic, but if you were built properly, melee DPS was almost always higher in PvE content. Now, the problem is that the dungeons themselves often made it made more sense to have mages, because mages had oromancy for meditation. That also meant that they had protective wings for running wings rotations. So it wasn't in so much as that the melee was at a disadvantage for damage. It was that you were pigeonholed into having oromancy, which then prevented you from having you had to give up shadow play, or you had to give up songcraft, which meant you either didn't have half of the melee skills or you didn't have zeal. Sorry, we went down the road of Archage, but yeah, there was a lot more going on there than mage good, melee bad. In a world where flying mounts will only be available to a few people, will flying mobs be a thing? Like, not flying slightly above the ground, I mean flying higher in the air. And let's say I would be one of the chosen few people that owns a flying mount. Will I be able to fight during flying? Okay. You see this? This is like 18 questions. I seen a video about how Pantheon was dealing with best in slot items. They were planning to make stats very situational, meaning the best in slot will change depending on the situation. I am wondering what your plans to encourage diversity. Okay, so I hate questions like this. I seen a video about Pantheon was dealing with best in slot items. And what? There is always a best in slot. There is always a meta. It doesn't matter if the meta is 0.01% or if it's 0.1% or if it's 1% or it's 10%. The severity of the meta is based on the developer. The existence of the meta will always be there. There will always be a meta. There will always be a meta, because meta means most efficient or most effective tactic available, depending on which acronym you want to go with. There will always be a meta. There will always be a meta. There will always be a best in slot. However, in a game as rich and diverse as Ashes of Creation, with augments and builds, and every class can use every armor, there won't be a single meta. If there is a single meta in Ashes of Creation, then Intrepid has failed. Because if in PvE the same meta is there that is in PvP, that is in caravans, that is in shipboarding, that is in arenas, you know, I always like most effective tactical advantage, except that would be incorrect, because most effective tactical advantage removes the word available, which is a key part of the acronym meta, because it's the most effective tactic available. Meta, like I just said, meta, if let's take a one-handed scepter, shield, plate wearing high priest. One-handed scepter, shield, plate wearing high priest. If that combination is the best in PvE, and it's the best in PvP, and it's best in arena, both 1, 3, 5, and 20-man free-for-all, and it's the best for running caravans, and it's the best when you're a bounty hunting cleric. If you have that same meta appearing everywhere, then your most effective tactic available is always the same thing, so there's no situational compensation. Yeah, I know. They're all being bad today. However, if a scepter, shield, plate wearing high priest is the best for PvP, but a staff wearing light armor or medium armor high priest is best for PvE, but when you run a caravan, you don't even want to be a high priest, you want to be a scryer. If high priest of the 8 is the worst for caravans, now you start to have some meta that has meaning. With that said, we are going to, in 15 seconds, we are going to kill a boss. we've killed a couple of we are tearing it up this week. I'm gonna try it. If I'm gonna try to come back tomorrow, maybe do some PvP. But I got a couple of videos to get done tomorrow. Although that would work because I could jump into steampunk gear and then do some steampunk PvP right after I do my my 30-second project. Asking Arizona for some money. So is that guy eating people? Wow. One rogue rolled up to him and just slapped him. That's funny. Hi. The spot in your eye is getting worse. Are you going blind? So, the game is not leveled on 1v1 but group v group. That is true. Ashes of Creation is absolutely positively not based on a 1v1 scenario. Ashes of Creation is based on, at a minimum, Ashes of Creation is based on a minimum of 8v8. It is more directed towards 40v40 and then 40v40 and how they engage in the group play. With that said, guys, yes, Sparky, I will remember if I put my I will put my steampunk stuff on tomorrow. So I will take the photograph with my daughter so she can now have her Halloween costume as her play clothes. I am going to go have some food. I'm hungry. I've had a protein shake and a smoothie, and that's not food. I want solid food. I made a delicious porterhouse last night. Oh, it was magnificent. Magnificent. I may be back tomorrow, guys. Be watching. I know Saturdays and Sundays are hit or miss. I may come along tomorrow to do a little bit of PvP, a couple of hours. We haven't really been able to hit the PvP much. Enjoy the testing this weekend. I can't confirm or deny there's any testing this weekend. All I can confirm is there's testing scheduled this weekend. But with that said, I'm going to get out of here. I will see you guys. Remember, on my Discord, if you swing by my Discord, you can hear the first song that I've had commissioned. Unfortunately, I don't have any of the artwork done yet, but I will be producing steampunk music and images over the next couple of months. That's where your subscription money goes. I'm going to get out of here. I will see you guys next time. No, you will not watch the alpha preview because it's under NDA.